Honorable Minister Bule. I don't see her. Oh, there she is. Good morning, Honorable Minister. And thank you so much for coming through to this meeting, which would be your first meeting as our Minister in the Department of Social Development. You are most welcome. You and your team, the acting DG, the Honorable Deputy Minister, the acting DG, and the DDGs and all the leaders of the department. You are most welcome to this meeting. And I want to also welcome and greet the support in Parliament, here in Parliament, the team that supports us and makes sure that this meeting happens. You are welcome, colleagues. And we hope that this term, as short as it may be, will help us to get closer to fulfilling our mandate as the members of this portfolio committee. I would like to also greet all the stakeholders that have joined us this morning to this meeting. I would just like for us, before we start in earnest, to observe one moment of silence for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without further ado, I would like to ask Lindiwe to please take us through the formalities that are very critical for us to know why and where it is we are going and what it is that we are doing today. Thank you so much, Lindiwe.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair, and also to the Minister, Deputy Minister, the members of the Portfolio Committee, the official, and my colleagues. Chair, I don't know what is happening today. I have two slideshows. I don't know. Today is the agenda. Can I just fly it, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Chair, today's agenda, the meeting is called in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, and today is the 5th of August. We are starting our meeting after we have forwarded an invitation to DSD. Chair, you have already welcomed everyone to this meeting. Chair, I wish to confirm the following members who are in attendance. Member Masango, who is the chairperson of this committee. I have Member Ramaila, I have Member Hlong, I have Reverend Kwabaza, I have Member Mtsweni, I have Member Nhlung, I have Member Sheriff, I have Member Peters, I have Member Mare. Chair, after that, we will receive apologies and we adopt the agenda. I didn't receive any apologies thus far, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Makhato is present.
Oh, okay, sorry, ma'am. Apologies. And Member Makhato, who's also a member of this committee. Chair will proceed to receive an overview from the Minister, and then from 9:20, Chair, to 10 o'clock, we'll receive a briefing from DSD on its first quarterly report on key interventions it is implementing in response to President Ramaphosa's classification of GBVF as a national disaster. Thereafter, Chair, you will have deliberations. And then at 11:30 to 11:50, will receive a short presentation from DSD in response to the media reports on the 670,000 it paid for Ms Godlwana's hotel accommodation during her 7-month tenure as acting Chief Director of Communications. We will have deliberations thereafter, Chair. 12:30 to 12:45, we'll consider and adopt a committee report on third and fourth term quarterly reports of TSD on financial and non-financial performance for 2025-2026. And thereafter, Chair will also consider and adopt a draft second term committee report, which is only this 4 weeks, and then you will deliver your closing remarks. Chair, I omitted to mention, to record that Ms. Kanye won't be part of this meeting today due to family responsibility. She phoned me this morning. There is a family responsibility she's attending to. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe, for the taking care of that part of the meeting, which is a very important one, of course. I just would like to ask for members to please adopt this agenda. Honorable Songo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone on the platform. I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Honorable Songo. Any seconder to Honorable Songo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I second.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makgato. We are going to go straight to the next item of the agenda now that it has been adopted and seconded. So we do have a direction of where we are going in this meeting. I would like to greet again the Honorable Minister Pule and hand over to her as she gives us her overview before we start. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the welcome. I'm just trying to check if I can open my video here so that you can see me. Oh,
We can,
okay.
we can see you.
Can you see me? Okay, thank you very
Yes.
much. Thank you. Yeah, to the Deputy Minister, Mr. Harif Hendricks, to yourself, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Member Sango, to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, thank you very much for this opportunity and the warm welcome. I have with me Honorable Chairperson, the Acting Director General, Advocate Timane, and senior officials of the Department of Social Development. I want to also greet media houses that may have joined us and all stakeholders and fellow South Africans. Good morning, Chairperson and everyone else. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, thank you once more for the warm welcome to this Portfolio Committee as a new person. I look forward to working with the Portfolio Committee in its oversight work of the department. Chairperson and members, I know very well the huge responsibility that you have. I've been on your side, on the other side, so I understand the work that you are cut for and how huge it is. I also understand your expectation in relation to planning and accountability in the administration of the department. It is therefore an honor and a privilege to me, Honorable Chairperson, to lead this department delegation this morning as we present the first quarter report on interventions implemented in response to President Ramaphosa's classification of gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. Furthermore, the briefing will also focus on measures undertaken to address substance abuse, which is another huge challenge facing our communities, especially our youth. We also agreed, Honorable Chairperson, with yourselves as a chair in the portfolio committee, that we are going to that the department should clarify the issue on the hotel expenditure of the Chief Director Communications, and that is going to be presented here today. The department has also continued to fulfill its mandate by implementing and reporting on gender-based violence and femicide interventions through the government National Joint Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Response Structures. In addition, the Department of Social Development has coordinated efforts to combat substance abuse in line with the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act 70 of 2008. During the period under review, the department made notable progress in several strategic areas, including budget management, strengthening of the Secretariat, advancing the institutional positioning of all entities of the department. A significant milestone was also the establishment of the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and the combating of alcohol and drug abuse by the President of the Republic of South Africa, comprising 13 ministers. The IMC provides strategic oversight and support for the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. I am pleased to report that following its launch in July 2025, the IMC chairperson has submitted its program of action to Cabinet. The program seeks to strengthen policy alignment and enhance coordination across government in addressing substance abuse. At its most recent meeting, on the 23rd of April 2026, attended by 11 ministers, the IMC reviewed progress on targeted interventions aimed at addressing challenges identified by the President during the State of the Nation address, particularly alcohol misuse and underage drinking. This underscores the importance of a coordinated and sustained national response. The Interministerial Committee will continue to oversee and support the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan as a key instrument in the country's efforts to reduce substance abuse and its associated social harms. And the department, together with its partners, is rolling out district shelters in all 9 provinces. However, there are still challenges, Honorable Chairperson, in Limpopo, Northwest, and the Northern Cape. Already plans have been put in place to support all our provinces and strengthen all shelters established to enable the provision of accessible psychosocial support to victims of gender-based violence and femicide. These are quality services that prioritize the safety and empowerment of both the victims and survivors of the gender-based violence. The department is in collaboration with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, in which new state houses are identified, refurbished, and converted into shelters for victims and survivors of gender-based violence and femicide. On the 18th of December 2025, a Khusela One-Stop Center, a comprehensive shelter facility, was launched in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. This increased to a number of Khuseleka One-Stop Centers in the country. Progress in the establishment of the Mpumalanga Khuseleka One-Stop Center is at an advanced stage, as a suitable building was identified, and the 2 departments are engaged in final negotiations to complete the transfer of the building. In the Western Cape, operationalized a gender-based violence shelter for members of the LGBTQI+ community. The Gender-Based Violence Command Center is accessible for both the urban and rural parts of the country. The center employs registered social workers and operates 24/7, 365 days of the year. It was established in 2013 to increase access to psychosocial services through telephone counseling for South African callers in need of professional counseling. The center is currently, Honorable Chairperson and members, negotiating with mobile telephone. I'm sorry. The center is currently negotiating with mobile telephone service providers for 0 rating of calls in its efforts to increase access for South Africans. 2 of the 4 main mobile telephone service providers were accessed, and the other 2 are being pursued. The GBV Command Center managed over 31,000 client interactions during the first quarter of the current financial year, an average of 10,390 per month. Callers also utilize the digital channels such as short message services, which we call it SMS, which increased access by 63% from the previous quarter. The unstructured supplementary services, data, in short USSD, also increased by 53%. These increases are an indication of a growing trend in adoption of alternative channels of communication for accessing gender-based violence command centers command center services, Honorable Chair. A total of 660 social workers from both the DSD and non-profit organizations sector were trained by the National Prosecuting Authority and the Department of Social Development on the Domestic Violence Act. The National Prosecuting Authority also trained 400 social workers on the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act. All these capacity building initiatives were held between January and the end of July 2026. Through you, Honorable Chair, let me hand over as we continue with presentations as a department. I would like to hand over, Honorable Chair and honorable members, to the Acting Director General to lead us with the presentations. Honorable Chairperson, if you would like us to do so. But thank you very much once more for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Minister, I am sorry, it was my fault. I should have asked the honorable members to introduce themselves, because I know you because we've worked together when you were the honorable chairperson, and I just think that as it is your first meeting with us, you need to know who the members are that are in your committee. It's entirely my fault, and I take responsibility for that. Honorable members, may I please ask that you introduce yourselves? We will ask that you show your faces, just so that formally the honorable minister gets to see the honorable members that she is working with in this department. I will start on the left-hand side. I'm just looking at the screen from top to bottom. There is Honorable Hlongo. Please introduce yourself, Honorable. Honorable Hlongo,
Yes, Chair.
please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chairperson. My photo is there on my picture. I am Honorable Hlongo, and I must correct it because Lindy is saying my surname is Hlong. My surname is Mhlongo, but because of the era of Home Affairs, then I am Hlongo, but not Hlong. Hlong is Comrade Honorable Hlong. I am Honorable Hlongo, and I am an alternate in the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the picture. Honorable Murray.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, colleagues, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and all staff available. You are greeted. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Honorable Mahato.
Thank you very much, Oh, I just want to do. Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Polena Mahato, the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much. I think you can see me.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much, Honorable Mahato. Honorable Ramaila.
Good morning, Chair and the Minister, colleagues. My name is Kiamuzinstein Ramaila. I'm a member of this portfolio committee from Limpopo and a member of the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Reverend Kwabaza.
Greetings, Chairperson, honorable members, greetings to the Minister, Acting DG, and everyone else. Thank you so much. I am Reverend Twabaza from the MK Party.
Thank you, Honorable Rev. Honorable Tong this time around.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Honorable Christina Tlong from the Northwest Province. Thank you.
I didn't see your picture, Honorable Tong.
Greetings, Chairperson here. Nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Unfortunately, Chairperson, I'm not winning.
Okay. All right. And then the next honorable member is the Honorable Bishop. Honorable Bishop, please introduce yourself.
Angibingelele sihlalo ekseni. Ngiyabingelela sihlalo. Ngiyathemba ukuthi ngiyezwakala, ngiyabonakala.
Awubonakali uyezwakala.
Awayi, angisazi-ke nami sihlalo.
Oh, uyabonakala-ke manje.
Ngiyabonga. Siyabonga sihlalo ithuba esilitholayo lokubuya kulesi sigaba somsebenzi uBishop Umthweni lona ilungu laleli committee. Ngiyathokoza sihlalo.
Siyabonga, Honorable Mthweni. I think from what I can see on this screen, that is, sorry, the Honorable Peters. Honorable Peters? We can't hear you, Honorable Peters. We cannot hear you, Honorable Peters. Please have your volume on. And now you can unmute yourself. Okay, we cannot hear you, but we can see you. Please try and sort out technology that side. And lastly, but not least, Honorable Sharif.
Good morning to everybody online. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to the Minister. My name is Nazli Sharif, and I am from Gauteng. It's nice to officially meet you.
Thank you. All right.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry for interruption, Chair. Member Sokanyile is in the platform as well.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Honorable Sokanyele, I cannot see your your name on the screen. Please go ahead, ma'am. My sincere apology.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry about that. I thought my name is there. I'm Honorable Thokozile Sokanyile.
We
I'm
cannot
from
see
Eastern
you.
Cape. Oh. Chair, I cannot start the video.
What happened?
I don't know.
Okay. But I'm sure the Honorable
But
Minister knows.
I will show me. It says I must go to settings. Wara. Chair.
Okay. Come back from the
I will do
settings.
that.
The Honorable Minister knows you.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Chair. Morning to the honorable members. I didn't greet them. And the officials, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyile. And the
Chairman.
Honorable Tafeni is also here. Honorable Tafeni, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ndibulise kuMinister, ndibulise members of the committee. Igama ndinoluvuyo Thafeni, ndiphuma e-Eastern Cape. Ndiyabulela, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tafeni, for being here. Honorable Minister, it's all back to you. Those are the members of this committee and the alternates, but they are all members who represent the public, the vulnerable people of South Africa in this committee. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, once more. And thank you to the honorable members for the introductions. And I appreciate also seeing your faces so that I know honorable members that I'm going to be working with. It's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I would like to hand over to the acting DG, Director General, to lead the presentations. Acting DG. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, thanks very much, Minister. Greetings to the Honorable Chair Masango and all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for Social Development, Deputy Minister, and all the colleagues who are here and the Secretariat on the other side. I know that the Minister has covered in terms of the opening remarks. Just before I hand over to the colleague who's a Deputy Director General for Welfare Services, I think on my side, Chair and members and Minister and DM, it's just a matter of emphasis that, as you know, that the President has declared the issue of gender-based violence, femicide as classification for disaster. And it is led through the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, which we call it NetJoins in abbreviation. And there's an interministerial committee, and I know that the minister has touched on that. I just want to also indicate that our minister, she's a co-chair for the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence and Substance Abuse, because there is a correlation between the GBV and the substance abuse. Hence, there's an approach to say when we deal with GBV, we also need to tackle with the matters of substance abuse in our country. And in terms of the structure, we report to the JCPS cluster, which is a structure on justice, crime prevention, and security government cluster. And then obviously there are matters that must go to cabinet. But in terms of the interventions, we are pleased to appear before the Portfolio Committee to outline the interventions since the President has declared the GBV as a disaster. And we are looking forward, Chair and members, in terms of the inputs so that we can also improve on the matter of GBV. As we know that the GBV is not just a matter of government, it's a matter for civil society, it's a matter for international partners, the private sector. Maybe just on a high level, just yesterday where the session with the Minerals Council of South Africa, where they want to form a partnership with the social development and the Department of Women on the issues of shelters. So they take it very serious, the issues of GBV, that they need to take part. And I know that at the right time, Minister, DM and members will be appearing before the portfolio committee in terms of the skills development. I know that there's that a question that we need to come and present in terms of how do we capacitate those who are in shelters who are affected by GBV. But for today's session, we want to present the interventions on the GBV and the substance abuse, because this issue it's dealt at a net joint. So the presentation is a presentation that is coordinated at a net joints. So on that note, Chair and members, Minister and DM, I want to hand over to Deputy Director General, Mrs. Mahang, who's going to take us through to the presentation on GBV and substance abuse. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you, ADG, and thank you, Minister and DM. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable members and colleagues. My name is Caesar. I will do the presentation on behalf of the team, and the team will assist in terms of questions that arise from the presentation. The first part of the presentation focuses on GBV matters, as the ADG has already alluded to. This is a presentation outline. In the interest of time, I won't go through it, but I will talk to those issues. In terms of the background of this presentation, post the classification of gender-based violence and femicide by the President, five key priorities were identified that will assist us to curb the issues of gender-based violence in the country. The five priorities are as follows. Priority 1 focuses on prevention measures. Priority 2 focuses on law enforcement as well as protection services to victims of gender-based violence. Priority 3 focuses on victim-centered support that we are providing. Priority 4 focuses on communication as well as mobilization. The last priority looks at the institutional mechanism that will assist us to implement those priorities that have been identified. And an action plan was therefore developed according to the five priorities, and the action plan was tabled before Cabinet and it was approved in Cabinet so that all of us can be committed and know that government is taking this matter seriously. To ensure that the five priorities that I've already alluded to are realized, 8 work streams were established or developed under the leadership of NAJOINT, and these work streams talks to the 5 key priorities. There's one priority, work stream 1 looks at the prevention, which I'll talk to later. Priority 2 talks to the law enforcement agency as well as care and support. Work stream 3 looks at the legal framework, basically the legislations that we are having, whether they are aligned to the constitution as well as responding to the current needs. Work stream 4 looks at the statistics and the system. As a department, the issues that we are addressing are highly intersectoral, and therefore we need systems that are talking to one another. So it looks at those systems and make sure that our statistics are aligned as well. Work stream 5 talks about accountability, looks at the funding. Since we know that our budgets are cut, we are struggling in terms of the budget, and yet our mandates are increasing. So very important that there is a mobilization of our funding and resources. That's what they do on behalf of everyone. Work stream 6 looks at communication as well as mobilizing the community around these issues since they are mostly affected. Work stream 7 looks at monitoring as well as evaluation. I will skip this one. Minister has covered it. These 5 priorities that I've been alluding to, these priorities, they're actually guiding our intervention as a department. And these priorities are also informed by a number of documents that are already in existence. For an example, there is a National Strategic Plan of Action for 2024, our NSP. So these 5 priorities are also aligned to that. They are also aligned to the HSRC prevalence study that was conducted in 2022. What is important is that these priorities, the intention of these priorities is to strengthen collaboration, because as we know that no single department will be able to really deal with the issues of gender-based violence as well as substance abuse adequately. Hence, collaboration is very important. So these priorities, they are strengthening the collaboration as well as ensuring that the whole of government as well as the whole of society approach is realized. Earlier on, I spoke about the work streams, so now I will indicate who leads the work streams. We've got 8 work streams, as I've said, and the intention or the purpose of the work stream is to make sure that it processes the work that we are doing to make sure that we realize the 5 priorities. So the Department of Social Development is leading priority 1 as well as priority 2. The other priorities, we are also members, we are participating. We've got full-time members or officials that are deployed there to make sure that we contribute, but we are leading these 2 work streams. Work stream 1, it is led by us, as I've said, as well as basic education. We are looking at prevention programs as well as awareness campaigns that must be done in schools as well as in communities. Work stream 2 looks at enforcement, care and support. It is led by SAPS, DOJ, NPA, as well as Department of Social Development, because we are not only looking at conviction, but we are also looking at services that are centered to victim. Work stream 3 looks at the legal regularity or legal framework, where we are looking at a number of legislations that we're busy with the last 2 years and even now. The last 2 years, we were contributing when the Department of Justice was amending the Sexual Offences Act. They also amended Domestic Violence Act, and there's a lot of chapters that speaks to our mandate as a Department of Social Development. We participated there and we ensured that we comply with the new amendments. The other act that we recently finalized is the Older Persons Act, which also strengthened issues of protection of older persons. We also are now currently busy amending the Children's Amendment Act, and is also focusing on strengthening child protection measures. The other work streams, as I've said, that we are not leading, however, they are critical because we are contributing. Now I'm getting to priorities. I'm unpacking priority 1. Priority 1, last year we commemorated in November, December, we commemorated our 16 days of activism. It was led by our Honorable President, as well as the Minister from the Department of Youth, Persons with Disability. They were giving us marching orders in terms of what is it that we need to focus on. And the theme was around Litsima, meaning that men, women, boys, and girls must work together to end gender-based violence and femicide in the country. Furthermore, we also focus on men as a group that we need to work with to break the cycle of violence. Over 5,000 men attended an Indaba in Free State with an intention of dealing with the issues of men that are contributing to perpetrate gender-based violence. As I continue with priority 1, as a department, it didn't end there. After the national launch we continued as a Department of Social Development to work with communities. We had our own event where we focus on older persons as well as people with disabilities. We were linking them to services because based on the survey that I alluded to earlier on, did indicate that older persons and persons with disabilities communities are overlooked and they're not able to access our services. So we specifically targeted them, worked with them, and make sure that we link them to services during the 16 days period. We continued with our interventions. We also focus on men and boys as a group, as we've said, that is perpetrating violence. So the department developed a social behavior change program that is targeting men and boys. We had a boys assembly, we had boys parliament. They were led by our Honorable Deputy Minister. We had one in KZN, these are the dates. We also had one in Western Cape, and we are continuing to roll out the boys assembly in all the 9 provinces throughout this financial year. In terms of the Child Protection Month, we also have a responsibility to address violence against children, and we are using such campaigns to make sure that we are able to address violence against children. We had built up activities around the month of May where we had focus groups with young girls and boys. We had focus groups with parents as well, so that they are aware about the signs and symptoms of child abuse as well as statutory rape. So we focus in 2 provinces, which was KZN as well as Eastern Cape. The reason why we went to those provinces is because of when you look at our child protection register or the system that we are using, where we are collecting data around abuse of children, it was indicating that KZN, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Free State remain high on matters of child abuse. So therefore, it was important that we focus on them. The rest of the provinces, they were covered by the provincial counterparts. But as national, we focus on these 2 areas, which was KZN as well as Eastern Cape. The other key area that we looked at was our partnership with the Department of Higher Education as well as Higher Health, where we had a campaign, an integrated campaign that looks at gender-based violence as well as substance abuse. So we're targeting TVET colleges. These are the dates and these are the provinces. We're in KZN, Northwest, Western Cape, and Limpopo, as well as the numbers. We are working very well with this sector because they are open and they do even, invite us to make sure that during their orientation month, for instance, in January, we are called to come and address the students and prepare them now that they've moved to new facilities. So it's one of the programs that we as national are leading. We are not even depending on provinces, but we are leading it from national. We also partnered with the Department of Health with regards to issues of women who are drinking while they are pregnant. We know that it results to a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and we know that some of these harms are not reversible. Hence, it is important that there is prevention. We targeted 3 clinics. These are the numbers where we conducted, and we are continuing to do so. We're in KZN, Northwest, as well as Western Cape, and we are going to be rolling out all these interventions throughout the year. We are also working with a religious sector as well as our traditional leaders. With regards to this program, we are trying to address the harmful cultural practices that our women have suffered. So we're addressing issues of Ugutwala, issues of child marriages. Those were some of the issues that we were working on, and the traditional leaders as well as the faith-based leadership, they have committed themselves to make sure that they will eradicate gender-based violence regarding those target groups, and we are continuing to work with them throughout the year. This was a project or a joint a project between the Department of Education as well as SAPS and us as well, where we are going to schools. These schools, the intention of this program is to try and or is to ensure that schools are declared drug-free zones. So the SAPS would come and do the searches, and these, what you see here, is what SAPS managed to, to capture during the searching. And all those students that are implicated are not necessarily arrested, but they are referred to the Department of Social Development. That's where we intervene. We do an assessment and make sure that they are diverted to the relevant programs, so that at the end of the day, they don't end up with a criminal record. So these are some of the interventions that we have done. This one, it talks to empowerment of women, especially when it comes to economic opportunities. We have partnered with this organization called Nyamkara. It is an organization that is a national NGO where they are targeting women in shelters as well as women in various areas, especially under service areas, where they are skilling them, they are training them, and the that offering is an accredited training. Furthermore, they also link them to job opportunities. They link them to job opportunities, which for us it's a plus. So therefore, we have partnered with them to make sure that we maximize the reach, because currently they were at 420, and our plans now is beyond this number, is to double this number in this current financial year. For priority 2, we are looking at victim and survivor centered. There, as I'm said, that we are leading with the Department of Justice as well as SAPS. There are 3 main activities that we focus on during the reporting period. The first one talks to us as a Department of Social Development. We are mandated to establish the shelters, as the Minister was alluding to, as well as the Khuseleka One-Stop Center. So what we have done during the last period, we have established one Khuseleka Stop Center in KZN, and we've also established a shelter for LGBTIQ community in Western Cape. And plans going forward, we are also going to establish 3 shelters in Limpopo, because Limpopo is the only province that do not have shelters in all their districts. So our focus in the second quarter will be in Limpopo. The second deliverable was around the new Tutuzela care centers. It is of course led by NPA as well as health, but we are part of it because we provide psychosocial services in all those facilities. So for the reporting period, they established 2 TCCs. One is in Eastern Cape and the other one is in KZN. We also had about 68 TCC where we are supporting them. And in some instances, they don't have full-time social workers. So what we do, we link them to our command center so that they are able to receive psychosocial services after hours. And that has been working. We are also providing the GBV one. Let me skip because the Minister has covered it. But in the main, in this priority 2, we are focusing on ensuring that we increase access to victims. This has also been covered by Minister. Yeah. This one, it is led by the Department of Justice together with us. What they have done, they've established a sexual offences court. These are courts that are dedicated to deal with issues of gender-based violence. They are showing us where they are located. We are also working with them because victims do appear there and they need support. So we provide victim support services there. We are also assisting SAPS to do audit on victim-friendly facilities. We know that in all the police stations, over 1,000 police stations, they do have victim-friendly facilities. And some of those services that are rendered, they are not of high quality. So therefore, we have come together with them to conduct those audits to ensure that people that are providing services in those facilities, they comply with the norms and standards and they are qualified to provide that service. as we continue here we are showing we are looking at the officials that we are training. As we know that the cold front workers, they are expected to provide services in line with the legislations as well as the norms and standards. And most of the time when they are not properly capacitated, they do more harm than good. So therefore we have focused on training themselves. These are the numbers where they've shown us what is it that they have done to make sure that the police officers, they are ready and they are able to provide services. As DSD, we've also indicated the different types of trainings that we've done, as well as NPA. The intention of focusing on this is to reduce secondary victimization, as we know that it's one of the challenges that we are contending with. Now we're moving to priority 3. Priority 3 is about law enforcement, protection, safety, as well as justice. Here, the main thing is about there's something called cold case management. Cold case management is those cases that have been, they have not been, there has not been progress for many years. Victims have been complaining that they don't know what is happening with their cases are not moving. So what has happened with the establishment of these 5 priorities, there was a special focus on the cold case management where, there are detectives that are working on this to make sure that these cases are concluded. Out of that intervention, they managed to arrest over 335 or settle over 235 cases. So which for us, it's progress because it begins to say we are able as government to ensure that, justice is realized by victims of gender-based violence. For priority 4, it's focusing on communication as well as community mobilization. Here, it's led by GCIS as well as our communication as various departments. What is important here was to look at what kind of messaging are we sending to communities? Are they able to relate to what we are saying? Are we reaching out to the vulnerable groups that we are working with? And are we also communicating same messaging as government as well as the sector at large? So these are some of the, slogans that communication teams have been working on and, ensuring that we're reaching out to our communities. In terms of priorities going forward, there are things that we are prioritizing. And communication is leading communities because yes, we are working as various departments, but without the backing of the communication, communities will not be able to access the services that we're talking about. So these are some of the key areas that communication has indicated to us that we need to focus on going forward. The first one is issues of substance abuse, which our second presentation will talk more around that. The second one is issues of crime and safety. So meaning that as we are going out, conducting ICROPs, conducting community-based services, these are the issues, these are the thematic areas that we will be engaging communities on because these are things that are concerning the community. The third one is issues of unemployment. We are looking at the root cause of that. How do we ensure that young people are linked to opportunities? The last one is again issues of gender-based violence, making sure that we link people to services, we refer people to services and make sure that their matters are resolved. The other priorities is around, as we are continuing with communication, is to look at about they've identified 5 key areas, but in the interest of time, I'll just talk to 3 areas. One is to look at education beyond physical violence. Because some people are in abusive relationships and we've realized as we're engaging them in communities that they're not even aware that they are in violent relationships or they are in abusive relationships. So our focus as we're engaging them in these imbizos is to begin to explain what is emotional and what is psychological and sexual as well as economical abuse so that they recognize and start, acting on that. The second focus will be focusing on community-based engagement. By community-based engagement, what we are doing, we are localizing the interventions, because we've realized that a lot of interventions that we are talking about are not localized, they just end at national or at provincial level. So as we are going down, is to make sure that in those wards, in those municipalities, programs are established and programs are sustained at that level. The last one is a safe space, creating safe space and counseling. It's important that people are able to access counseling. So as we are going down in communities, we are also providing counseling. We've got mobile services where we are providing counseling to women as well as victims that have never, gone for counseling in order for them to address post-traumatic stresses. Sorry. Other priorities we are prioritizing awareness campaigns, such as on the 25th of every month without fail, we've got an orange campaign where we are prioritizing campaigns, and we are talking to communities and making sure that communities, they really understand what is gender-based violence, and that is not a once-off, but on a monthly basis, we are in communities and we are rallying around this campaign that is called Orange Day, where we are wearing orange, and when people are asking us, why are you wearing orange? We begin to have conversations around what is gender-based violence and what are services that are out there and how can they curb gender-based violence at their level. Other priorities for the next coming 6 months is issues around it's issues around priorities, it's issues around legislation. We know that a lot of changes we are not able to realize the change that.
Oh, my sincere apology, DDG. I'm so sorry. I seem to have Honorable Mare, your hand is up. Is there a point of order?
Chairperson, sorry, my hand was up for a few minutes already, and you didn't see it. I just want to say that the slides are very bad, Chairperson. We cannot even see what is happening on the slides, and the person is talking and we cannot follow because we cannot see what's going on. Why is the slide so bad? Because it doesn't show anything. It just shows that it's very, very small. You can't see what it's showing, and we are trying to follow on the slides, but you can't see what is happening.
Oh, my sincere apology. Honorable, I see Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. I think the honorable member might be having a slight problem probably with their gadgets, because from my gadget it is proper, or maybe I'm seeing it proper. She can just request for a bigger font, but not that the slides are not showing. We are following and it is showing.
I didn't say the slide is not showing, Chairperson. I said it's very bad. I can't see the slides properly.
Okay. All I can ask is that please let us put them on slideshow, then where they are at the moment. DDG, is that possible?
Yes, because on my side I can see everything.
Yeah. Okay. Is that okay, Honorable Mare? Is that better?
That is now much better. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, DDG, my apology.
Thank you, Chair. Other priorities is around the work that has to do with the legal framework. As I've said, that we need to look at the outdated legislations and make sure that we amend accordingly so that we are able to respond to challenges that are facing us currently. We have highlighted some of the legislations that needs amendment. For an example, the Liquor Act of 59, 2003, it's outdated. Hence, we are having challenges to deal with issues of alcohol. that legislation needs to be amended by the leading department, which is the Department of Trade and Industry. We've also alluded to the Domestic Violence Act as well as the Children's Act that we are currently amending to make sure that we strengthen protective measures around issues of children. The Criminal Procedure Act is also being amended to ensure that we put victims at the center of justice. So there's quite a number of legislations that various departments are expected to amend and make sure that we respond to the current challenges. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, the Department of Women and Youth and Persons with Disability are leading on this, as well as the PME. What they are looking at is to look at the 5 priorities and the plans that I spoke about. They are monitoring us on a monthly basis, and they are looking at the interventions. They also have teams that go to some of the areas where we have alluded to that we've got interventions. They go after us and to check whether the interventions that we are making an impact or not, and they come back and give us the feedback to further strengthen our intervention. So they also develop a tool for them to track our intervention. So we are highly monitored in terms of this plan and the work that we are doing. In terms of the recommendation, Chairperson and honorable members, we are requesting that you note the progress that we have made, although the request was 3 months, but we decided to do 6 months just to give you a full picture of what is it that we have done post the classification. Hence, our presentation was a bit long, but we are requesting that you note the progress that we have made from July right up until June or July, from October until July. And we are also recognizing and requesting that you support the whole of government and the whole of society plan that we are putting before you. And we are pleased that we are working as a collective and we see the results and the fruits. I thank you.
Thank you, DDG. Does the Honourable Minister want to say anything before the members deliberate on this report?
Honourable Chairperson.
Yes.
Honourable Chairperson, no, there's nothing that I would like to add. I would allow the Chairperson and the honourable members to engage with the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, this is the time to deliberate on this presentation that has just been made. I will be taking your indication to want to engage by seeing your hands on the screen. Since I see Bishop Mtsweni.
The Chairperson.
Honorable Mahato, Honorable Sokanyile, and the Honorable Peters. And I hope that you have dealt with your volume issues, Honorable Peters. The next will be Honorable Tong and the Honorable Mare, in that order. Let's start, Honorable Mtsweni.
Sihlalo, angibonge kakhulu ngethuba engilitholayo. Siyabonga sihlalo nge-report esiyethulelwayo. Yasithinta kakhulu sihlalo ngoba ithinta udaba lokuhlukumezeka kwabantu besifazane nezingane. Sihlalo njengoba ngikhuluma nawe kuba kuya ngami ngabe angiveli, ngiyakhala. Ngikhaliswa ingane encane eneminyaka eya24 ebulewe yiboyfriend yayo kulobu busuku esiphuma kubo, yayifaka ngaphansi kombhede, ingane yaseLimpopo. Lento sihlalo into esilimazayo isimo siqhubeka usuku nosuku sokulimala kwabantu besifazane nezingane. Umbuzo wami Sihlalo uthi yini ezokwenziwa umnyango ukuvimba lezi zimo zingakafiki ukunokuba sikhale zonke izinsuku sekwenzekile kuzanywe ukulandela abahlukumezi nababulali abanye abagcina bengazange babanjwe kodwa izingane zethu nabantu besifazane beshonile. Uma umongameli esememezele lesi simo Sihlalo wami njengenhlekelele, ziyini inhlelo eziphuthuma kakhulu ukuyofika emphakathini ukubonakala kosonhlalakahle emgwaqweni yonke yezwe lakithi la kukhona khona umuntu ukuqeqesha izingane zethu ezikoleni? Ziyini inhlelo eziphuthuma kakhulu kulezi zimo esibhekene nazo ukuqeqesha abefundisi emabandleni nawo amabandla? Yini ezokwenziwa? Ngifisa ukwazi Sihlalo ukuthi i-budget ithini yalenhlekelele nanenhlelo eziphuthumayo Sihlalo eziphuthuma kakhulu ngoba lezi zimo zisivelela imihla namalanga. Akwehli ukubulawa nokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane ezweni lakithi, kunalokho kuyenyuka zonke izinsuku. Njengoba Sihlalo bengifisa ukukhuluma nawe nje eceleni ngizobuhlungu, ngifuna nje ukuxoxela singakafiki emhlanganweni ukuthi Sihlalo kubulewe ingane yentombazana ena-24 years iqala iba ilambo ngoba ibithola umsebenzi, izoqala ukusebenza isuke ekhaya emakhaya eLimpopo. Kubuhlungu ngendlela engachazekiyo. Sivimba kanjani, zithini inhlelo zokuyivimba lezi zinto? Okugcina Sihlalo, ngenxa yokuthi siyazi Sihlalo ukuthi imbangela enkulu yalezi zinto yidakamizwa. Idakamizwa kade kungene angazi ezemali elinganiselwa ngaphezu kwa-80 million ezitholakale la e-OR Tambo kuleli viki leli. Yini ezokwenziwa yilolu hlelo ukuyivala iminyango engene idakamizwa nokunciphisa indawo ezithengisa utshwala ongamathaveni ey'ndaweni zethu? Ziyini inhlelo eziphuthumayo zokwelekelela ukuthi lento ayenzeki ukunokuthi sihambe sizama ukuvimba ukuthi seyenzekile because kusuke sekufa umuntu? Ngiyathokoza Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop. Honorable Minister, what we try and do is that because Honorable Mtsweni speaks in her language, I try and summarize what she is trying to say so that when so that other members that may not understand this one language out of the 12 can understand what she has raised, but also that when answers are given, responses are given rather, there is an understanding of what she was raising when she says she's very grateful for the presentation and just raising an issue of a young lady who was violated and killed at 24 years old. And so she wants to know, this young lady is from Limpopo, and she wants to know what are the programs that go out to the rural areas to empower young people about this scourge of gender-based violence, and also what are the programs that empower spiritual leaders about this issue, because obviously the Honorable President has declared it a disaster. And so what is the budget that just speaks to it being a disaster? Because obviously it can't be done with a budget of a day-to-day business as usual kind of things. And also how is the government preventing this from happening so that we don't talk about, you know, issues being, you know, talk about things that we have not prevented before they happen, and then we rush to cure what has already happened. What is the government doing about that? And of course, closing doors to drugs coming into the country. And she gives an example of the one that was of the drugs that were intercepted at OR Tambo recently. So that is what I understood the honorable member to be saying, but we'll go ahead to the honorable, is it Honorable Mhlongo?
Ms Makhato.
Is it Makhato?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, Honorable Makhato, it's you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, my chairperson. Greetings to our honorable minister, honorable members, and all the officials. Firstly, I just want to welcome our honorable minister in social development. I think we are more than happy to receive you in this working in this working committee. So most of the things are identified by the minister, and we welcome your address. So I just want to also acknowledge 5 priorities which lead the national forward. So I think the social development officials must go on doing these 5 priorities. From those, but I've got some few questions. Work stream 8 focuses on funding and costing. Why does the presentation not include financial allocation, expenditure, and value for money analysis for each work stream? That is my question number 1. Question number 2, given that no allocation has been dedicated to the GBVF, disaster response since classification, therefore, is there any indication of availing funding, and how has non-availability of dedicated funding affected the fight against GBVF? My 3rd question, how many reported GBVF cases are withdrawn before reaching the court? Then my last question will be this one. Which provinces have underspent on GBVF interventions, and what measures have been taken to support improved spending? But even if I've got these questions, at the same time, I just want to say from the presentation, I note and support the recommendations on the screen. So those are my suggestions, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato. I just want to say to the Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Ramaila that I recognize your hands as well, but then we will go to the Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, my camera, I've not been able to access it. Please. I will learn in the next meeting. It will be there. But Chair, I want to welcome the presentation that has been done, and also the great strides that have been taken by the department together with other departments in the gender-based violence and femicide. And the presentation, it expresses that the government has really improved the institutional coordination following the classification of gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. The establishment of the net joint and the 8 work streams, the inter-ministerial committee, and the whole government approach reflect an improved coordination and political commitment. But be that as it may, looking at the presentation that has been done and the numerous reports that has been done, I don't know whether it's me. If we are looking at them, I see that most of the programs, they deal with awareness campaign. In the light of these campaigns, looking now, because you can see that these campaigns are done mainly. Then I wanted to check what measurable evidence does the department have that these campaigns indeed in reducing the incidence of GBVF rather than simple increasing public awareness. Then secondly, again, the GBVF fight across the spectrum. I want to echo what Honorable Makgato has raised. If you are looking at that, it is receiving limited funding. Looking at the workload that must be done by these work streams that are there, because if you want to succeed, you should have resources. Then now, I'm looking at that funding because it has led to NGOs and some other people, women, marching to National Treasury offices. Then now, how is DSD ensuring that the National Strategic Plan on GBF is fully integrated into provincial implementation plans with measurable outcomes? About noting the funding challenges. Then when I'm saying that going to provinces, it should cascade down to municipalities, because the people who are affected by the gender-based violence are at a what level? Then if we're going to come as national, we come with those parliament, boys parliament, then also, but not leaving out, ensuring that the municipality must have in their implementation plan, looking at the programs that we have started at DSD, which mechanism they are going to ensure that each and every provincial department, province, in fact, having those inter-ministerial, inter-MEC meetings, if you like, and then it cascades down to the people, nearer to those people affected by the gender-based violence. Then another thing, what key performance indicators are used to determine whether the joint intervention are succeeding? Then lastly, what legislative amendments are anticipated from legal and regulatory gap analysis, and when will Parliament receive them? I think I have those things, because we need to look at this thing, because if also, I don't want to say that there are also other gaps in terms of funding, because to me, if you don't have funds, you'll depend to other departments that maybe they will do 1, 2, 3, then we'll do it just to give a report, then we're not going to achieve what we want to do. But the programs trying to reduce the gender-based violence in this. Indeed, it shows that the coordination is it's going to the people, even the people. We must tell them that the government is doing something. Hence, GBV has been classified as a national disaster. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile, for that, for your questions and comments. I would like to go over to the Honorable Peters.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning once again to everyone. You can hear me now. I'm on a different device, Chair.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Chairperson, as we know, gender-based violence and femicide remains one of South Africa's greatest social crises. While the Department of Social Development has implemented programs such as Victim Empowerment Program, the Gender-Based Violence Command Centers, shelters, psychosocial support, and community prevention initiatives, the continued high levels of violence raise serious concerns about whether these interventions are adequately funded, effectively coordinated, in reaching those most at risk. If GBV is to be treated as a national disaster, as declared, DSD must demonstrate the measurable outcomes. So my questions then would be, Chair, the Public Protector found that the gender-based violence command centers was inadequately resourced with only 38 social workers serving the entire country. What progress has the department made in increasing social development capacity, and by when will the staffing shortages be addressed? My second question, the department also allocated 87.1 million to social crime prevention and victim empowerment sub-programs for the financial year 2026-27. How much of this budget has been transferred to NGOs and shelters providing GBVF services, and what measurable outcomes have been achieved with the expenditure to date? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. For that, we shall go over to the Honorable Chong. Over to you, ma'am. Honorable Chong, you can take over.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We welcome the presentation as presented by the department, and mine is just a few questions, Chairperson. How many participants in men's parliament and boys' parliament programs have been tracked to assess long-term behavioral change? And what percentage of schools receiving GBVF interventions experienced reductions in violence? How are traditional leaders being monitored to ensure sustained implementation after engagement? Furthermore, Chairperson, we commend the intergovernmental coordination on GBVF, but what accountability mechanisms exist where departments fail to implement agreed actions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chong, for that. We shall now, if I could please ask the Honorable Peters to take her hand out off, unless she wants a second opportunity. Now we will go to the Honorable Mare.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I look at the slides and I want to say thank you for the slides that was given to us. Chairperson, but I have a few things that I'm not very happy with, is that they start to say that gender-based violence is a crisis, and then they say South African women cannot knew why they live in fear. But Chairperson, it is happening in our own homes. It is not from outside. The majority of the time, you are in your house and you're not safe in your own house. And then they go about to say that alcohol and drug abuse is the biggest contributed to this gender-based violence, and I want to agree with that. But Chairperson, if you look at the trend in South Africa, everyone is talking about drug abuse, but no one is talking about alcohol abuse that much. If you look at the statistic last year, they were saying how many billion rands were spent on alcohol. Yeah? And then you look at all the advertisement of alcohol all the time. Children think it is just an in thing. Until the Department of Social Development is also going to come up and say we must ban alcohol adverts, then you're going to see there's going to become a change. Chairperson, I just want to know, number one is, they say that they're giving counseling. Are they just giving counseling to the victims? Are they giving counseling to everyone that is affected within that family? Because when there is abuse in the family, the children are also suffering. So giving counseling to the woman only, it is not just the woman that is affected, but the whole family is affected, Chairperson. And then there's the one thing that no one is talking about is unemployment. Unemployment is the reason why such a lot of things are happening in our society. Because the women are unemployed, the man is a provider. He can do as he please with that woman. And that is why a lot of these cases are being, they go and they withdraw these cases because they know they got nowhere to stay. They know that they are dependent on that man because they got nothing if they leave that house. And that is why a lot of women are withdrawing these cases because they know that they are not working. And then I want to say, Chairperson, a lot of these women know that the husband is abusing the children sexually. And because they know they got nowhere to go, that is why they are keeping quiet on what is happening in the house. So this is a very serious crisis that we are sitting with, Chairperson. And then the thing that we are not addressing in this whole slide is the social workers. We have a shortage of social workers in all the departments, and especially in social development. And then we have unemployed social workers that is not working because social workers are being trained to deal with social ills. And social workers are sitting at home with all that skills and not having a job. I saw on the slide they were talking about the healthcare facilities. No? So the people must go for family plannings. Chairperson, the problem that we are having with the healthcare facilities, a woman can go during a lunchtime just to go get the injections for family planning or just to go pick up tablets. But instead of just going there and picking it up during lunchtime, the lady must sit for the whole day at the healthcare facility, at the clinic. And sometimes they must go back the next day, losing a whole day's salary because the healthcare the department is not run properly, efficiently. And then, Chairperson, this gender-based violence that we are talking about, there isn't enough shelters for all these cases. And what is more worrying that on that slide, it was said 105 arrests for all the provinces. There was only 105 arrests. And then they say there's 235 cases that is running. In the whole of South Africa, there's 235 cases. That is unbelievable, Chairperson. The way the people are being abused in our country, and especially in the Eastern Cape, where the women are really being abused and child labor, child marriages is still happening. This can't be correct. I want to disagree with that one. And then, Chairperson, I want to understand the thing of these Tukuzela centers. When they say that they are making improvements, there's counseling, there's all these facilities and all these things. What is really going out to the community? Do the communities know about all these things? Because it's nice to put things on paper, but when it comes to the actual thing being implemented, it is not happening, Chairperson. Sitting with a crisis because Cyril Ramaphosa, the president, said that it is a crisis. But what are we doing about the crisis? And then I want to know, what is the budget for the gender-based violence? What is the budget? Like the previous members were asking, I need to know what is the budget for the gender-based violence. If you're saying we are tackling a crisis, how are we tackling it without a budget? And what is the budget, Chairperson? Because at the moment, people are dying on a daily basis. Just here in Bloemfontein the other day, they found a 26-year-old lady was killed by a partner. If you open the newspapers, you will hear how the woman was stabbed and killed. And cases are just running and running and running for days. The Justice Department must come to the party. The police department must come to the party because when women go and open cases, the police are saying, no, go speak to your husband, go sort your problems out. And I keep on saying the police is not trained to deal with gender-based violence. The same gender-based violence that we are talking about, older people are being abused in their own houses, and it is gender-based violence. And maybe I have a rule to say that all people must be protected, but they're not even protected in their own houses. And I'm talking about experience, Chairperson. There's gender-based violence. I don't know how we're going to get to this, but we need to do something. But the same things they are keeping, when they come to us, they show the same slides to us all over and over. So there's no change, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, for that. We will go over to the Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings once again to yourself, honorable members, the Minister, and the entire delegation from the Department of Social Development. Chairperson, while I appreciate the extensive work reflected in the presentations, I am concerned that we are measuring activities instead of impact. South Africa will not judge the success of this program by the number of meetings held or number of programs and people trained. They will judge it by whether fewer women are being murdered, fewer children are being abused, and fewer families are devastated by gender-based violence. What evidence does the department have that its interventions are producing these outcomes? And if the statistics that are if the statistics that are not improving, what changes will it make? Again, while convention and sentencing statistics are presented, how much of this progress can be directly attributed to the National Joint's intervention? Chair, we previously had the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, the Interministerial Committee, the Gender-Based Violence Council, and various interdepartmental coordination structures. What is fundamentally different about the National Joint's Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Disaster Response that gives government confidence that it will achieve better outcomes than these existing mechanisms? Chairperson, growing up, we had programs such as Love Life and Soul City. They did not only entertain us, they educated us. They changed our attitudes towards HIV and AIDS, teenage pregnancies, and responsible behavior. Today, while we have awareness campaigns and dialogues, that consistent messaging through mainstream television seems to be missing. Has the department considered reviewing or investing in similar long-term educational drama programs that addresses gender-based violence, healthy relationships, and positive masculinity? And then lastly, Chairperson, I think we are not doing much when it comes to the boy child. Do we have, just for interest sake, Chair, do we have centers that caters for men that are abused? And if yes, how many of these centers do we have that us as members of parliament can direct people from our constituencies, men and boys, that there is this particular center that when you are not fine at home as a boy child, you can go there? Can I get that clarity also, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo, for that. I will now go over to the Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings once more to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Acting DG, and staff from the department, as well as our support staff. Let me also appreciate the presentation that has been made, Chair. But my first question would be with regard to the mobility of social workers in order for them to fully discharge their responsibilities. Because most often than not, it comes out as a disabler for them to really perform and function, attend to issues on real time. What mechanism is the department going to apply to ensure that social workers become generally mobile for them to be able to attend to really social issues out there in the communities? Can the department take us into consideration with the baseline data and annual targets for reducing femicide, rape, domestic violence, and repeat offending? What independent evaluations have been undertaken to determine the effectiveness of awareness of campaigns? While convictions have increased, what is the conviction rate relative to the reported cases rather than the number of convictions alone? It's been reported about 210 women who have benefited from the Yamugura program, and they said they want to roll it even more across the country. What plans exist to expand this intervention to thousands of survivors annually? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. I think the last hand is from the Honorable Reverend Kobaza. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Angiphinde ngibingelele uMinister no-Deputy Minister wakhe, Acting DG, honorable members nama-officials wonke. Honorable Chair, sisezweni la khona igilamkhuba ezirape abantu besifazane, ezirape izingane zesilisa, abafana, kunyuka each and every day. So njengamanje mhlawumbe angibuza ukuthi uma ugovernment noma upresident walelizwe ethi udeclare i-national disaster kwi-GBV, kungokuba ingoba ugovernment usefeyilile yini kuzo zonke izinhlelo abezenza for 30 years zokulungisa lesimo lesi? Uma kuukuthi usefeyilile, ithini ke izinto ezenzakalayo manje noma i-status quo sithini uma ekhuluma namakhosi? Ukhuluma namakhosi, yini eyenzekile etshengisayo ukuthi uyafeyila? Uma ekhuluma nabezenkolo, yini ayenzile nabo etshengisayo ukuthi iyafeyila? Ukuze sizokwazi ukusukela ekufeyileni kwezinto, singaphindaphindi izinto ebezenziwa kulo 30 years, okuwumanje isimo siyakhula usuku nosuku se-GBV. Futhi yini ezokwenziwa kulokhu izinto ezenza ukuthi kuze kube ne-GBV ekhaya mhlambe elithile? Ngoba ziningi izinto ezenza ukuthi kuqale kube ne-GBV. Uma owesilisa engasebenzi, kwenzeka ukuthi baxabana kuze kuliwe ekhaya. Yini ke yenziwayo ngalokho njengamanje? Ngoba siyazi ukuthi i-economy ayikho kumuntu omnyama. Economy ihleli kubelungu, futhi ibona abadecidayo ngayo ukuthi makwenzeke njani. Umuntu omnyama ngalendlela ekuhamba ngayo njengamanje nango-government enza ngayo, ukuthi uzohlala ephuwa njalo unless kube khona ushintsho olenziwayo lokwakhiwa kwemisebenzi. Kuzokwenziwani ngalokho? Kuzokwenziwani ngotshwala? Umuntu mebuthenga utshwala aye ekhaya, ahlale ekhaya, aphuze utshwala bakhe, ebese eshaya umuntu wesifazane, ebese bulala umuntu wesifazane, ebese rape intombazane, ebese rape umfana okhona ekhaya. Iziphi izimo esezenziwe noma ama-programs enziwayo njengamanje ukuyinciphisa into yotshwala. Ngoba njengamanje sikuleso simo leso ukuthi sibhizi sibuka umuntu eserepiwe, sibuka umuntu eseshayiwe ukuthi senze njani asakhe nama-shelter for these people. Yonke leyo nto leyo, kodwa preventing is better than cure. Sipreventa kanjani zonke lezi zimo ukuthi zingenzeki, zingaze zifinyelele ekwenzekeni, kunokuthi sifinyelele la khona sebebaningi kangaka abantu besifazane abahluphekayo. Baningi abantu besifazane abahluphekayo eSouth Africa behlushwa abantu besilisa. Baningi abantwana abareshwayo. Ziningi iy'ngane ezirepha iy'ngane ey'koleni. Lesi simo lesi singaphezulu kwaloku okuprezentiwe la namhlanje. Engingakubona ukuthi kuzokwazi ukuyiseva kanjani impilo yomuntu omnyama noma impilo zabantwana laphaya. Abafundisi bahlala namabandla every Sunday. Kufanele ngabe kunama-programs akhulumisana direct nabafundisi ukulekelela isimo ukuthi bafundisa bathini noma beyifaka indaba ye-GBV bayifaka kanjani, because every week if ifakiwe kubafundisi bazokwazi ukuyifaka each and every week emasontweni abakuwona. And then izomonithwa kanjani leyo nto. Amakhosi ayakwazi ukubiza isizwe kukhulunywe njengabantu abama-custodian esizwe nesizwe nesizwe, eculture esizwe nesizwe. Sithini ngalokho? Senza kanjani? Angiboni mina sihlalo sikwazile ukufika kwingqikithi yokulungisa isimo esibhekene naso esimbi. Njengamanje kuyakhalwa, okusho konke okwenzakalayo njengamanje akakasebenzi ukulungisa lesi simo esimbi kangaka. Ugovernment wethu asiyekelile kuze kufika la kuthiwa khona i-national disaster. Ingoba usiyekelile ugovernment, ubayekelile abantu besifazane, ubayekelile iy'ngane ukuthi zize zifinyelele kulesi. Bayabulawa abantu besifazane each and every day, babulawa ugovernment ngoba uyekele isimo. Labantu laba abenza lezi zinto lezi baphuma nje discharge. Uthe kwenzile lento ngakusasa usephumile umuntu usesemgaqweni. Uma abantu besifazane bengasebenzi abakwazi ukuyosibika lesimo esinjena, ngisho ngabe siyenzeke ekhaya abakwazi ukusibika ngoba owesilisa kuphela mhlawumbe nosebenzayo akakwazi ukusibika lesimo ngoba uzokwenze njani kusasa uma esesejele lo wesilisa. So inkinga zethu singaphezulu kokwenza. I think ukuthi sibuka ingxenye encane. Mhlawumbe lokho kubaluliwe, ama-priorities lawa abaluliwe azophela azothinta u-10% wabantu bonke njengamanje abasenkingeni besifazane ney'ngane. And akukhulunywa ngama-programs a-directed kubantu besilisa abantu besilisa nje, ukuthi kube nama-program amile ukuthi abantu besilisa zi-wrong lezi zinto enzenzayo kanje kuze kube khona ama-programs aphilayo kanye nabantu besilisa. Ama-programs akhona abheke i-victim kuphela manje ukuthi kulungiswe i-victim. Asivimbeni ukuthi yize yenzeke lento embi kangaka ezweni esiphila kulona. Angibonge sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Rev. Honorable Ramela, is that a new one or an older hand? And you, Honorable Reverend. So the Honorable Reverend Kwabaza Nayenje, he decided that he is not gonna speak the language that we normally use in this committee. But the point he was making is that is the declaration of gender-based violence and femicide as a disaster, the declaration by the government that it has failed to do what needs to be done to fight this scourge? And what has the government done to make sure that we prevent before it happens, the gender-based violence, because boys and girls are being raped? And also, has government come up with the reason behind gender-based violence, because it is increasing instead of reducing? And also talking to the traditional and religious sector, what has that, how has that helped the situation? Because obviously, as he says, keeps saying, the situation is worsening than getting better. And the government is not creating jobs, and the economy still sits in the hands of white people and not in the hands of Black people, which is why people are unemployed, and then they buy alcohol, go home, consume it, and then they start committing gender-based violence. That is just my summation of what the Honorable Rev was saying. But that seems to have been the last hand of the honorable members on this matter. And I would like to hand over to the department, to you, Honorable Minister. And I see the Honorable Deputy Minister is also, his video is on. So I'm just going to hand over back to the Honorable, or the Honorable Deputy Minister wants to also comment on this matter. Please go ahead, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity. I am moved by the remarks of honorable members that alcohol is the cause of gender-based violence. It reflects the views of the international community at a conference in April in Rio. South Africa was well represented, and the experts from South Africa that were presenting papers, and also other experts from all over the world, came to the conclusion that alcohol is the cause of gender-based violence. So it is only follows logically, Honorable Chair, that we need to deal with alcohol abuse. 9 years ago, the Cabinet adopted what they called a final policy to address alcohol abuse. And that policy has not been translated into legislation. I'm very happy that the Department of Trade and Industries were present at that conference, and they indicated that they are going to fast-track the necessary legislation to reinforce the final policy of Cabinet adopted 9 years ago. And I think, Honorable Chair, if this portfolio committee can use its influence with its members on the portfolio committee for trade and industries, it will really assist us, because that policy was also of Cabinet. The international community was very impressed with the measures in that policy. And I don't want to go through the whole policy, but one of the items in the policy is that there should be no place where you can buy alcohol 500 meters from a school or a church or a sports field. And there were many others. So, Honorable Chair, very recently in Gauteng, we addressed nearly 500 students, mostly first and second year students, and we put it to them that we need their support with regard to the fact that alcohol is the cause of gender-based violence. So I put my foot in it, Honorable Chair. I asked the students, would you support that South Africa be a dry country like in my place where I am in Pinelands? It's a dry suburb. I didn't get much support from the young people, but I also went further to tell them that Treasury is also assisting by considering to impose additional tax on beer where the alcohol content is more than 2.5%. They were also not impressed with that because, 2.5% alcohol doesn't give you the kick that you want. But I was also very concerned by a report of the Human Rights Commission where gender-based violence has manifested itself in our primary and high schools. Feeding universities when they graduate in grade 12 with young boys who continue abusing female students at universities and colleges. As you know, Chair, we also have what we call higher health. They are an entity in government that is funded by the Department of Higher Education by nearly R1 billion to address gender-based violence on campus. And I was very sad to hear that they are also losing the battle. So what my response has been to all of this is that the programs that we've held, that we have launched over the last decade hasn't worked. If it worked, the president wouldn't have declared a state of disaster. Women would not have gone to the streets and laid on their faces. So it is very important that our department and all of government and all of society, we need to relook at what we are doing. We had a presentation by Nat Jones, and I made the same comment to Nat Jones. They also gave a beautiful explanation of what government is doing, has been doing. But Chair, it hasn't worked. The best minds in the country have come up with programs, with interventions. President speaks about this in the State of the Nation address. Members of the Portfolio Committee have very eloquently expressed themselves today. And I just want to make the point that what we've done so far is commendable, but it hasn't addressed gender-based violence. So in conclusion, Honorable Chair, many members raised the issue of we need more social workers. We need to at least double the number of social workers we have by the year 2030 in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and also our National Development Plan. I'm very happy to say that we had a MINMAC meeting of all our MECs, and they gave the minister marching orders and the officials marching orders and told them, please, you need to sit down with Treasury, man to man, or should I say woman to woman, and impress the need for them to make available the funds so that the provinces can employ more social workers, so that the police can employ more social workers. Social workers, Honorable Chair, are employed by many government departments, and we at the national level, we are not the employing agency. We just transfer money to provinces, and it's the premiers in the provinces that has the budgets and that has the mandates to do something about it. So while I appreciate the fact that honorable members are putting their best foot forward to advise the minister and myself and our officials about the crisis, it is also important that this be done at provincial level. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for that. And I think the Honourable Minister is obviously going to take that into account as she and the department respond to the deliberations of the members. It's over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I want to first give the acting DG and the DDG to respond to the questions, and then I'll come back later.
Thanks, Minister, and thanks, DM. Well, I think yes, we are going to respond on the questions because we have a team. I think for me, the issues of gender-based violence, it's linked to family setting, because even the perpetrators, they come from the family institution. And I know that the team, there's a program on families, and I think the view is that we should not have that as an event, but it must be continuous processes, working with faith-based organization and other key stakeholders in the community. And I know that, Minister, just that I was out of the country, we even received a letter from the Public Service Commission where they requested that we need to partner on the issues of the families, because some of the issues that we have as a country, so if we can make sure that we strengthen our families, I think we'll minimize measure social challenges or social ills that we are experiencing as a country. I know that members, they've asked what is the role of the traditional leaders, what is the role of the faith-based. And I know that the presentation has touched largely on that, but I want to inform the members that part of the gender-based violence, there's been an engagement with NETLAC. As you know, honorable members, that NETLAC, it's a statutory body that converge everyone, business, society, government, and other key stakeholders, so that they can assist us on the operationalization of the action plan, because you know that without working with other stakeholders, we may not win the battle of the GBV. And I'm also reminded, members, that there was a time in our country where HIV/AIDS, it was a crisis, more or less the situation that we are experiencing. But the government at the time took a very conscious decision by establishing what we call the SANEC, and we have made some serious strides. So there's a hope that with the classification of the GBV, where it is a societal approach, and also we know that the president has just appointed the Gender-Based Violence Council of the country, where they'll be driving the matters of the national strategic plan, the implementation of the GBV. So there is a hope. Yes, it might be a crisis now, but I think there is a hope that we can win this battle working together with all the partners. I know that the members also spoke about the issues of local government. It is true, because all these matters happen in the local government. We have met with COCTA, we have met with SALCA, and one of the key issues that we have met with those two institutions was to say we need to make sure that we work with local government, because one of the issues that have been found on the National Strategic Plan of GBV is the kind of challenges that we have on service delivery. The street lighting, we know that when it's dark, so it becomes a space where this issue of GBV could be perpetrated. The issues of waste management, where people are raped during those around the spaces, and the issues of grass cutting. So those are the engagement that we are having, so that we can implement the issues of service delivery and mitigate the matters of GBV. And the DCS, that is the correctional services, there's that relationship that they can work and assist those municipalities who might have challenges of service delivery, whether it's a budget-related issues. And then the other issue that has been raised by one of the members, the issue of transit, is true. The issue of substance abuse, there is a correlation between substance abuse and the issues of GBV. And I know that the border management agency, particularly the commissioner, they've related that some of the issues that they are facing, it is the issues of capacity and the issues of assets. And I know that we have been invited by Public Service Commission, sorry, on the issues of immigration and the issues of drugs. It was also highlighted, but I know that the PSC has committed to assist all the departments in terms of advocating what their needs in different departments. So we just hope that the border management will also be assisted so that they can improve on the issues of cracking on drugs, and because that's a serious issue. And then the other issue, the issue of the social workers, it is true, honorable members, it is a cause for concern. And I know that we have put this in the agenda in May because I was appointed in April when we have a HSDS, that is a structure of all the HOD in the country, the GBVF, the substance abuse, and the matter of social workers. Those are the standing items in all the meeting of the HSDS and then in all the meeting of the MINMEC that is shared by the minister. It's a meeting of the minister and the MEC. So these three issues, they are a standing item and they've been deliberated in a lengthy issue. But I want to say to the members, on the matters of social work, because we know that at some stage during Thabo Mbeki's era, the social work, it was declared as a scarce and a critical skill. And we have social workers who have studied, but they are now sitting at home. So one of the intervention, what we have done, we've engaged with different departments, SALCA, COGTA, basic education, justice, different SAPS as well. There is an appetite, but I think the biggest challenge it is the funding. So we've written a letter, honorable members, to DG Duncan, who's a Director General for National Treasury, trying to advocate the matters of social service professionals, because we are not just only talking about social workers, but we are also talking about the child and youth care workers, those who are looking after those children who are in conflict with the law. But also we are looking at the community development practitioners, because we are a developmental state. We have a view that if you also focus on issues of community development, we can mitigate some of the challenges that we are having. We had a session just last week with the National Treasury on the MTAF, and the issue of social service professional was high on an agenda, and they requested a very serious motivation. So Friday there's a meeting for they call it TCP. It's a technical committee on budget. And social development, we sit in that committee. And I know we have been told that we also need to be objective because we are also members, but we're still going to advocate in that space. And the DG has said that issue will be discussed in the TCP. We just hope that we'll win on the issue of the social workers. We've done a cost analysis from all the from all the provinces. They've submitted their cost analysis. We have submitted to Treasury, and I know that Minister, honorable members, and DM were also being advised to say we need to divide the budget for social service professional into a 3-year cycle, but also we have to incorporate the tools of trade. That's an advice that we have received from the Treasury. We just hope that we'll win this battle so that we can have social service professionals in communities, in provinces, at national to address some of the social issues that we are experiencing in the country. I know that I have highlighted, honorable members, that we will be coming back on the issues of the economic factors that are related to GBV. But when you look at the GBV strategy, there's a pillar on economic pillar, and we are in partnership with SITAs. I know that Umalope will speak on that. We are engaged with SITAs. We are also engaging with small business and the DTIC and the corporate social investment. Just yesterday, I have alluded that we had a session with Mineral Council, because our view is that GBV is also a systemic issue. And we know that other people, they stuck into that space because of the socioeconomic reasons. So, and there's an NPO that has been highlighted in the presentation that is with those who are affected by the matters of GBV. There was also a question in terms of the accountability. We have alluded that we are a net joints technical cluster, and then there's an IMC structure where social development, we are a co-chair as an acting DG, chairing with the Department of Women. Our team, there is secretariat, but also there's a ministerial cluster, and then there's a cabinet. We just hope that the GBVF council that has been appointed by President, it will also serve as a accountability where we go and account, and we need to be advised, but also we are accountable to the portfolio committee, and we are here today just to account on the matters of GBV. Issues of alcohol, I know that the DM has touched on it. On the HSDS that we had, we have resolved that in the next HSDS that we are going to have now in August, we are going to invite the DTIC and the liquor boards because one of the issues is the challenges where you still find the establishment that are open until early hours. When we have engaged with SALCA and COGTA, the view is that they need to make sure that they strengthen their bylaws because the bylaws must be strengthened. But I think their view was that the issue is the issue for the province. So we'll be deliberating on the HSDS, and we just hope that bill needs to be finalized. That because we need to mitigate the issues of alcohol. In terms of classification, I know that DTG will elaborate on the classification of the DSD, but there's no specific funding for GBV. There was a requirement to say each and every department, each and every provinces, each and every local government, they need to make sure that they set aside, they take their budget and then they classify it. But there's no special dispensation on say this is a budget for GBV. All departments are expected to set aside money in terms of their budget. But DTG will talk on the specific one for DSD. I think on the, maybe lastly, on the issues of the men's program, I know that DTG will also speak on that because we have a unit that is with the men's program and we are in partnership with Empower Men. There's a program that is coming in December, and in May, we're in partnership with the Men in Purpose because our view is that we will not just focus on women and children without focusing on the men. So there's that relationship that needs to be played by the men in terms of addressing the issues of GBV. So those are the high-level responses. I have tried to make sure that I integrate the answers, but let me hand over to DTG Caesar and the team that are here in terms of other questions, and maybe you may want to emphasize on some of the issues.
Thank you, ADG. I will start with the issue of the budget. As a national department, we are allocated plus minus 77 million. For this financial year, we have 77 million to address issues of GBV. And out of that 77 million, we are funding plus minus 3 national NGOs. Those NGOs, we have been allocated 4.7 million. And then at or before provinces, over and above that, we also have an additional 25 million that we are receiving from CARA Fund. So that is our total national budget. Then at a provincial level, the specific budget that is allocated to deal with issues of gender-based violence is 1.1 billion for all the 9 provinces. So they've got 1.1 billion. That 1.1 billion also includes funding of the CSOs that provinces are funding. So that is the budget, yes. And this is just the budget for one department. All the departments that I've alluded to on our presentation, they all have the budget for gender-based violence. Of course, there was no additional budget that we've received as a result of classification. However, we were encouraged to reprioritize the current budget that we are having so that we are able to meet the demands and make sure that we deliver on the priorities that have been identified as per the classification. And then the second issue that I would talk to is the issue of the traditional leaders, the training of the traditional leaders, as well as the religious sector. I must say that throughout the years when we were addressing issues of gender-based violence, we've never worked with traditional leaders and the religious sector. Those were not stakeholders that were considered having a critical role to play. Then African Union, since we are members of African Union, they then, encourage all the member states to say, if we want to address issues of harmful cultural practices, it is important that we must work with the traditional leaders. We must not leave them behind because they are the custodian of culture. And if we are to address issues of ugutwala, issues of child marriages, we need to work with them. They need to be on our side. We must not see them as an opposition. So we started working with them. The African Union supported us in terms of the training, in terms of training material, and even financial support to ensure that we establish that relationship. We are not in all provinces because we've just started last year, but we are happy with the gains and the interventions that we have made. And for both programs, it's not only for GBV, even for substance abuse, we are training them. They are on board. They've got a role to play. They're able to even make, demands in terms of the taverns that are in their areas to say, we demand that this tavern should not be established here because we understand now the impact of drugs as well as alcohol in our communities. So we are working with them and they are assisting us to really, really deal with this issue. And I must also indicate, Chairperson and honorable members, that we also had a visit of AU to come and assess us in terms of cultural practices as to say, how are we doing? How are we protecting children? And I must indicate that the report that we received from them was a very encouraging and a good report that was, commending us for putting in place measures to curb issues of harmful cultural practices. So we are doing well. We are not where we want to be, but we are on the right track, and we believe that our plans for this financial year, we should be able to cover as many traditional areas as we can so that everybody can be on board. Then the other question that I will respond to is the question of men and boys. Again, as I'm saying that, as we were contending with issues of gender-based violence, men and boys were never targeted. There was no specific focus and target on them. We've always focused on women. We've always focused on girls. But as the studies are being conducted, the surveys are being shared with us, it was indicated to us that if we are to break the cycle of violence, it is important for us to work with men and boys. There must be a special focus on men and boys so that at the end of the day, the issue of gender-based violence does not remain the responsibility of women and girls, but it is a societal responsibility. It is everyone's responsibility. Hence, there has been focus on that. And we've got quite a number of programs. We've got Men for Change. We've got Not in Our Name. There's many programs that we are doing to ensure that men are on board, like the boys' assemblies as well as the boys' parliament. Those are the structures that we have put in place where we are engaging with boys and making sure that we address issues of toxic masculinity. So those are some of the efforts that we have done with regards to Men and Boys program. The issues of substance abuse, yes, DM has touched on them. I will not cover them. The last one from my side is the issues of there was a question on there was a question on how do we localize the NSP in our communities. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, since they are leading us on this on the NSP, they are working with municipalities as well as premier's offices to ensure that the NSP is cascaded down to provinces. We localize it, develop the plans, and ensure that people are able to report, and they will also report through the NAT joint. At provincial level, they've got Prof joint. So we are also receiving reports from there. So there is an effort and a drive to ensure that all these interventions do not remain at a national level, but they are localized to curb the scourge of gender-based violence. So let me request the team to start with you, Mhlekazi.
Thanks, DDG. There was a question, DDG, on the monitoring and evaluation of these programs relating to gender-based violence as well as substance abuse. I must emphasize that all the plans that have been developed, the critical component of those plans is the monitoring and evaluation component. We are led at net joints level by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So all the plans have specific indicators that are adopted by the different departments, and those are used to monitor the all the plans. And as DSD, we are currently embarking on a process of an evaluation for the GBV prevention programs to look at all our prevention programs for gender-based violence. And the intention is to learn some lessons and ensure that from that process, we're able to integrate and improve where there are gaps in how we roll out these programs. I think I would limit myself to that, Chair, in the interest of time.
Malupe?
Thank you, Chair, DDG, and the DG and Minister, and honorable members. I will go to the specifics as well. There was a question around what is currently being offered in terms of emergency services that are in place. I think the DDG covered it on the presentation when she touched on the issue of the command center, which is an immediate service that is available to the public. And the issue was also covered by Minister when she was highlighting the issue of having to zero rate the calls so that victims, whether indirect or directly affected by GBV, they should be able to call at no cost. So we've got an existing command center. Yes, it's a telephone line that victims can be able to reach, especially when they need to be referred to our shelter facilities in the country. So that is one of the services. We also have what we call the National Emergency Response Team, which is an NGO that is supported and funded by the department that is able to respond, especially on cases of GBV, particularly femicide, to be able to attend to families for containment, management, and dealing with trauma on the spot as and when that is reported. So they are able to go at any time given. It's called a National Emergency Response Team that is funded by national, and they are able to go across all 9 provinces. Those are immediate services. We also have what we call the integrated campaigns on curbing social ills amongst youth. It's a team from national office also working together with our provincial counterparts, reaching particularly institutions of higher learning, and that involves also your TVET colleges, universities across the country, and their targets that are set annually for us to be able to reach that. It's actually a matter that is even in the annual performance plan of the department to ensure that we are able to reach young people at institutions. And this campaign focuses not only on GBV, but it also talks to issues of substance abuse. It talks to young people that get involved in crime, and this include young people that might be at universities and getting involved in crime, be it caused by abuse of substances and so forth. So that's also campaigns that are running across the country. In fact, in the previous financial year, we're able to reach over 10,000 young people that are at universities. The other one specifically that I want to touch is the issue of shelters for men. We have across 5 provinces shelters that are able to respond to men that requires shelter services. But in the main, we've noted that those normally are used for men who are victims of trafficking in persons, which you find them that they're in the country being trafficked for economic reasons. The DG spoke about the issue of our partnership with CETAs. We've actually partnered recently. I will say there was a communication there was an engagement actually with CETAs, about 6 CETAs that attended the session with the ADG, and letters thereafter were sent to them. Those involve your health and welfare CETA, services CETA, agri CETA, food and beverage CETA, media CETA. And as we speak, we're actually expecting them to respond on how exactly they'll be reaching out to our victims in terms of economic opportunities that they will be able to access. In the session with the DG, in fact, they've committed to say their point of entry or start will be victims who are in our facilities, our shelter services, as well as Kuseleka one-stop centers. So that is one program that we've made quite good strides on. The last one is the training of our social workers as frontline workers. I must say that the department has partnered also through the NAT joint session. We've partnered with Department of Justice, the NPA, as well as civil society, particularly to train social work professionals on the amended legislation. The DDG spoke about the DVA, which we call the Domestic Violence Act. She also spoke about the Sexual Offense and Related Matters Amendment Act. There are new provisions that actually capacitate social workers to be able to support victims more. And those also include ensuring that we get everybody who works in the space of GBV to be vetted. And about being vetted, also ensure that they are vetted against the various registers. It's the Child Protection Register, the Older Persons Register, as well as the National Register for Sex Offenders. So, and then also above that as well, there's an issue of ensuring that victims are able to get support to apply for protection orders. So social workers are also trained to be able to actually capacitate victims when they come across them, to be able to know what are their rights that are in those pieces of legislation, but also other provisions that are made for the benefit of victims in those pieces of legislation. So those are the number of trainings we're doing, and I think the numbers were covered by the DDG also on the presentation. I will stop there, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. There was the last question that we skipped. It talks to slide number 21. It's a question that has been raised by Honorable Marais. It's talking to the cold cases. The cases that we are referring here, we are not referring to all the cases that has to do with gender-based violence, but these are specific cases. They are classified as cold cases because it's cases that have been running for years. They've been on the roll for a number of years and no one was arrested, and victims kept on demanding justice because their cases were never resolved. So there was a special focus on those cases, because meaning that those people, if they are not arrested and convicted, they will continue to commit crime. They will continue to victimize more people. So it was important that there must be a special focus on those cases that are classified as cold cases so that they can be resolved. So those cases have been running for years. They've managed to do 335. It's not for the entire country cases that has to do with GBV, but these ones are the GBV ones that have been abandoned for many years. So I needed to provide that clarity. Thank you. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Acting DG and DDG and the team for responding to the questions that were raised by honorable members and the comments that they made. Honorable Chairperson, I don't know whether you would want us to close this presentation, or is there any other issue that honorable members would like to raise?
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the responses from the department. I do not see the any other hands for follow-ups, and I will take this as, just as I say that the Honorable Marai's hand is up. Over to you, Honorable Marais, before we close the session.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, they have just explained to us about the cold cases, but do they have an idea of how many cases has been open and how many cases has been solved for gender-based violence, Chairperson? Because she just spoke about the old cold cases, but what is happening? What is the statistic at the very moment now? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Honorable Minister and DDG, that is the follow-up question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start with the follow-up question. Unfortunately, we do not have the statistics as is now, where we sit, because these cases are reported to the South African Police Services. All we can do, Honorable Chair, is to get to the police and check how many cases they have, and then we will then in the next meeting give you the statistics, or we can send the information to the portfolio committee through yourself, Chair, if that is allowed. And then I just wanted us to close on the session that we've had, Chairperson, and appreciate the questions that we've got, because they help us to think further and be able to go back and rethink our strategies and work better to assist the vulnerable people that we are responsible for. The first part that I would like to talk to is the issue that has been raised by the Deputy Minister, specifically on the issues of social workers and the MINMEC that we've had. We indeed, when I arrived, I found that MINMEC, the previous MINMEC before I arrived, had discussed a number of issues, including the issue of social workers. So when I came in and we had a MINMEC, that was reiterated, and we came back and discussed with the acting DG. And I must say that I've already spoken to the Minister of Finance. All we're waiting for is the process that is supposed to unfold by administration, as reported here by the acting DG, that they have already started the process. And I think that we hope that we will get funding so that we can then be able to get more social workers as they are needed. And that has been raised also by other honorable members, that there are social workers that are unemployed, that are at home, and I think that was Honorable Mare. So that issue is being attended to. And the issue that almost all honorable members have been raising is how are we trying, or what are we doing to avoid gender-based violence from happening instead of addressing the issues of victims after it has happened? It's a very difficult question, Honorable Chairperson. And I want to say that the acting DG raised an issue around family structure, that we actually have to deal with first we deal with families and the structure of families. And we all know that as we speak here today, the family structure of a South African family has changed in years as the country grows, with all the challenges that we've had, either because of COVID-19 or either issues of HIV. So you have family structures that are different from what me and you, Chair, and the others would have grown knowing. So of course we have to go back there and address the issue of the families, because everything starts in families. And I must also indicate that we've met with the Public Service Commission, and they have had an interest also that we should partner with them and work on the issues of family structures and parenting, because we want to address all these social ills. We've agreed that we will partner with them, including any other structures or organizations that would like to partner with us, so that we work together. And I'm very happy, Honorable Chairperson, that one of these issues have been raised by Honorable Kwabaza, who is one of the faith-based leaders. And I was talking to the team here, I can't remember what it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, about engaging faith-based organizations and traditional leaders, because they, and I speak from experience, I have seen what faith-based organizations or leaders can do in communities, because they lead congregations, huge congregations. A lot of people every Sunday they go to church. And so if you address and capacitate the faith-based organizations or leaders, Honorable Chairperson, you would have capacitated a lot of people because they cover a lot of ground on Sundays. So we are looking at that as the DDG Hangwe was saying earlier on, that after engaging the AU, and that was the decision that we should go the route of engaging these leaders, including the traditional leaders. I speak from experience because I come from a rural area, and I know that once a matter has been discussed and a community meeting is called by a traditional leader and it is discussed at that level, that every community member adheres to the issues or the decisions that they would have taken, because they respect both the faith-based leaders and the traditional leaders. So it's something that we're going to be making sure that we work on it, Honorable Chairperson. The last matter is on alcohol abuse and substance abuse as such. Honorable Mare says we all talk about drug abuse, and we don't seem to be concentrating on alcohol abuse. And of course, it affects a number of our young people. I come from a background where I was in education before, and I know how difficult it is for communities and educators or teachers who have taverns closer to their schools. It's a challenge. While school is supposed to be happening, young people are at taverns. And so I have been discussing with the team, and I've been thinking, of course, we work with the other departments here. And I wanted to, and I think, I don't know whether it was raised by the Deputy Minister or the acting DG. But what I wanted to request, the request I want to make to you, Honorable Chairperson, is the leadership of the portfolio committee, that if you can assist us the same way that we're trying to engage the Department of Trade and Industry, because they're the ones who are issuing licenses on taverns, on any other shop or place that sells liquor. We are engaging them on the side of government, but we would want to request that perhaps at some point, Honorable Chairperson, if you can invite or engage your counterpart, the portfolio committee on trade and industry, so that there's a joint meeting or something like that, that we also can raise these frustrations that we have about alcohol abuse and our young people in the country. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, we have very, very complex challenges in South Africa, and the efforts that are being made, even as they are acknowledged, people that are on the ground are asking just one question: why are things not changing? And you cannot blame them for that, because they think that if you have a government in all its forms, parliament, executive, legislative, and so on and so forth, their problems must be solved. So I note, as you make this very express request, and I note with and undertake to actually make that request to the trade and industry for a joint meeting on this matter. Honorable Mare, I thought we were done with this.
Chairperson, I just want to raise my disappointment. I want to raise my concern and disappointment that the whole department come and make a presentation, but they don't have any statistic about the crisis that we're having in our country, that they are basically dealing with. They come and present to us, but they don't have anything concrete. So we will come back to you and they will give you the statistics. That is a very big concern, Chairperson. So what are we saying? It's not a crisis because we don't know what we are talking about. Serious, Chairperson, we must be taken seriously in this committee.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you for that comment. It's noted as well. Honorable members, as we close this part of our meeting where we were receiving this presentation, I think we will have to have continuous presentations of this nature. And of course, the Honorable Minister has said that, these engagements actually are eye-openers for any blind spots that the department might be having dealing with these issues. So, and all the, I am of a belief that all the comments that the honorable members have made and have obviously been noted, and that in the next meeting of this nature or in the next session of this a meeting, when we will be looking at the progress that has been made, what were gaps in this presentation will obviously be plugged when we meet at the next meeting about this matter. I just want for us to go to the next, and I'm trying to find my agenda here. I'm trying to. I didn't want to print anything, and I thought I was being smart, but we seem to be having problems, obviously. Right. The next item of our agenda is that of the response by the department to the media reports on the 670,000 Rand that was paid by the Department of Social Development for Ms Godlwana's hotel accommodation during her 7 months tenure as acting Chief Director of Communications. This item of this agenda was to make sure that the department is not spoken about out there, and this portfolio committee does not know what is going on. It's easy to just take what is being said in the media and not actually have the facts and the context, so that you are able to respond because the first people for that matter that the members of the public think of when these things break, when these stories break, and I wish they would stop, is the honorable members of this committee. So thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for coming through at our request to make this presentation. If I may ask that it is done on the slideshow as well, and then I hand over to you because I can see it's already on the screen. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once more, Honorable Chair. I would like to appreciate an opportunity that you've given us to come and brief honorable members of this reported incident. Deputy Director General Brukwe Xolile will make the presentation, who is the DDG for Corporate Services. DDG, are you here?
Good day, Minister. I'm here. Yes, Minister. Thanks.
Yes, please make the presentation to the honorable members.
Okay, we can, thanks, Minister. Good day to the Honorable Chair, the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, the Acting DG, and colleagues. I think I have a problem with my camera, but I hope I'm audible, Minister.
Yes, you can hear TTG.
Okay, thanks. Before I start, Chair, it is worth noting that the department gave the Mail and Guardian and Radio 702 an official response around this matter, but it was not considered by the Mail and Guardian, but it was considered by Radio 702 because we are of the view that I needed to give an official response because Ms Godlwana is conflicted on the matter. So even asked her that she should refer all of them to me. So we gave an official response, which was not considered by the Mail and Guardian. And Chair, let me foreground this presentation by indicating that the 670,000 that is bandied around in the media is inaccurate. But you will see as I go through the presentation, Chairperson. As a way of setting the context, Chair, the department was under siege in the media space, and we needed someone who can advance our communication management and crisis communication, as well as dealing with reputation management for the department. As a way of doing that, I appointed an internal resource to act as head of communication, but that person did not cope with the pressure of acting. So we had to terminate that acting arrangement. And then we looked at the broader portfolio, and the CEO of SASA then recommended Ms Godlwana, who was heading communication in KZN, to come, because at that time, we were thinking about an option of appointing a public relations agency, but it proved to be difficult and expensive because all of them were above 1.5 million. Second slide, viewers, please. So the bigger aim for us was to lower the cost of doing communication. It has been always expensive to do communication within the portfolio because one of the predicaments we had is that our communication function was outsourced. We had 10 panel of service providers on a full-time basis for DSD to do the work. So as well, we had Department of Social Department Television, which was costing us hugely, whereas the reach was kind of narrow because it's kind of a YouTube channel like an arrangement. On the next slide, Minister and colleagues, next slide, we are looking at the rules or the regulation, the regulatory framework that allowed us to get Ms. Godlwana from KZN to be seconded to the National Department. Because in terms of Section 62 of the Public Service Regulation of 2016, it provides in Section 15(2) and 3 that we may take an employee and be seconded if that person has a necessary competency. And that person can be seconded for a period that does not exceed 12 calendar months. So with Ms. Godlwana, we're talking about 7 months because we're alive to this limitation. But that period could be renewed if the minister, for operational reason, then determines otherwise that we needed to extend the period. So these regulations, Chairperson, have been complied with in this arrangement of Ms. Godlwana. And the next slide is here, please. So as a recipient department, we had to bear the cost. But in this case, we're fortunate because SASA was still paying for the salary. All we did was to pay for the accommodation and the acting allowance as a recipient department. And it must be noted, Chairperson, that the regulation do not provide for a ceiling when this cost can be expensive for the department. However, It must be noted that this is not a license for abuse of funds for the public purse. So as a department, we're mindful of the cost management in such that we embarked on a cost benefit analysis, which I'm going to take the committee through, Chair. So the crux of the matter is that the recipient department, which is DSD, had to bear the cost of the secondment, which included communication. On the next slide, we deal with this cost benefit analysis. So the cost we spend on accommodation of the current Chief Director Communication during her period of secondment is just a tip of the iceberg compared to the amount of unnecessary expenditure that was happening within the communications functions. Because during her predecessor, 99% of the work of that Chief Directorate was done by service providers. So actually, I had to stop that because we believe that the entire function was outsourced, as you will see in the next slide, Chair. Because we emphasize here that the work was outsourced, whereas there were people or manpower that were drawing salaries just to manage service providers. So I had to terminate that arrangement. So as part of the transformation project I'm leading in the department, we had to turn this around so that people can earn their salaries. For example, if you are employed to do speech writing, you must do that so that you can earn your salary. So that's what we did, Chair. So we are also in the process of establishing, Chairperson, whether there is no undue benefit from these service providers. Because having 10 service providers at one time is leading to us asking many questions. But as part of managing the public disclosure that may compromise the department, we are not going to go through all of them. But as you will see in the next slide, when we go to the figures, the next slide, please. So these are the service providers that were part of the Chief Directorate doing the work there. All of them, the 10 of them, lines of white paper, your 6 fingers, your ASAP, your blueprint, your B Central, Retrolex, Red Cherry, Black Magic, Interactive BS, and then Musintuli. So that department was wired in this way of doing all the work and then heavily dependent on service providers. Then on the next slide, we are breaking the cost down so that you can see, Chair, that the cost we're going to talk about of bringing Ms Godlwana was just the cheaper option compared to these things. So you will see there that from the first one, 6 fingers, we paid about 1.5 million. Then the other one was 663,000. Then the Red Cherry for doing a communication strategy, whereas we have a head of strategy communication at 171, we had to stop it on the first month. Then the ASAP, but they are unpaid invoices. And then some of them have referred us to National Treasury, but we are managing that because we feel that we are ready to go to courts in protection of the public purse than having this wasteful expenditure continuing. Then in the next slide, on the next slide, Chair, is just a continuation of this through the OTT platform. We paid for the hardware of that DSD TV, 1.5 million for hardware. For the OTT, it was 1 million. Then we had 500,000, which was charged to branches to just use the platform. So even there, we paid above Vula Connect over 1 million. Again, in the last financial year before I stopped it, it was 937,000, then 1.1 to ASAP. Then in the next slide, Chair, we talk about the motivation for the long-term accommodation. You saw in those breakdowns that we're even paying for doing strategy. So I can confidently say here, Chair, that Ms Godlwana crafted a strategy that was approved by EXO, which is now the strategy of the department in terms of communication, which has a chapter dealing with crisis communication and a separate chapter dealing with reputation management. communication. So if we were to outsource that work, Chair, as you saw there on the previous slides, we're going to be talking of an amount over 2 million rand. Because when I started, Chair, I said the amount on Male and Guardian was inaccurate. So from the start of the acting period of the chief director, we accommodated her at Southern Sun Hotel from the 30th of September until the 17th of October. But when we got our first invoice, we realized that it was expensive. So we engaged the chief director that she needed to go to an accommodation, which she will be having self-catering and accommodation that will be cheaper than a hotel. So we moved her out of the Southern Sun Hotel to Trilogy Apartments in Lane from October. So the actual amount, Chairperson, was about, for all these years, including the hotel, was about 436,000 rand. So this expenditure enabled the department to maintain the business continuity while supporting the successful implementation of our critical communication, the crafting of the communication strategy, the crisis communication, the reputation management initiatives. That included the in-house development of our strategy framework and all these issues around the roadmap, around our APP. Then on the next slide, Chairperson, we're just breaking down the amount that for Southern Sun Hotel in Pretoria for the period of 30th of September to 17th of October, for that month, the bill was about 27,700. So that's why we moved Ms Godlwana out of the hotel to go to an apartment so that we could save. And then during that period of that 7 months, then we paid about 408,000. So the total amount is 436,206 rand, 78 cents. So, Chairperson, that's the amount paid. But if you juxtapose this amount to the amount of savings, if you look at the cost benefit analysis, you will realize that actually this was the cheapest option we could afford as a department, because the person could do the job, was not depending on outsourcing the work and then making people to fold arms whilst they are earning their salaries. Because in terms of the labor relations, equal work should be remunerated equally. So we're trying to go back there as part of the transformation agenda. So with that, Chairperson, I will pause here because the next slide is just thanking you for the opportunity you have given us to clarify our issue. As I said earlier on, that we gave an official response to the Mail and Guardian because we were of the view that they did not need to rely on a leaked information which might not be accurate, because those people who assisted them with that, they were breaking our laws in terms of management of information. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me pause here.
Thank you, DDG Brooke, for that presentation. So, colleagues or honorable members, this is the information. I think this has helped in terms of just putting the record straight. And we have now, just by asking, the owners of the information to come through and brief this portfolio committee, we have now 200,000, over 200,000 rand, less than what was communicated in the public domain. So I will take the hands of the honorable members. I see that the Honorable Sharif's hand is up, and followed by the Honorable Sokanyile and
Honorable Makhato.
Honorable Makhato, why are you not raising your hand?
I'm having a problem. I don't know. When I'm trying to raise my hand on my WhatsApp, I don't know what's happening.
No problem. No problem. Thank you for letting me know. The Honorable Peters is after the Honorable Mahato, and then you have Honorable Mare, and then you have the Honorable Mhlongo, in that particular order. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Indeed, it was shocking to read the report, or rather the news release around this specific issue, and we do thank you for the presentation. However, the presentation doesn't cover some of the questions that I initially had. So, Chair, the first question is, in the presentation on slide 12, they give us a total of 436,000, where they break it up in terms of Southern Sun at 27 and the Capital Trilogy Hotel and Apartments at 408. But this, from how I read the presentation, this is for the amount of the stay. So this is how much they're paying for the accommodation. But how much was paid in terms of flights? So flying from KZN to Pretoria and going back. Perhaps the communications, the acting, wanted to go home, needed to go and visit family because she didn't live in Gauteng, she lives in KwaZulu-Natal. So was there any money paid for flights, and how much was it? Was there any money paid for SNT, and how much was it? And if, for example, the acting communications director did go home, maybe over the weekend to go visit family, I mean, I don't know. How many times did she go and who was paying for this? So that is the amount that is missing on this presentation. And I think it would have made all our lives easier if the presentation had more information than what we actually needed to include SNTs, flights, car hire perhaps, and all other costs related to this position, being acting and having seconded to be paying for it. That's the first question. The second question is, in terms of this list that you provided for Six Fingers, Le Black, Red Cherry, DSD TV, Vula Connect. I mean, these numbers are a lot of money, but what exactly did they do? Because there's one slide that speaks about speech writing. And that's the only real information given to us. So if they can just tell us exactly what did these companies, these service providers do, and it would have made sense if you added an extra column to give the scope of work that they are doing, because now you are telling us that 1.4 million of taxpayers' money, Chairperson, taxpayers' money is being spent on service providers, but not really telling us what they do, except for short information that they are writing speeches. So I need more information. It's, again, taxpayer. You don't find taxpayers' money in a drawer and you just take the money and you pay it, or in a couch or whatever. Taxpayers' money come from the people. And so you have to account for even 1 cent that you use. It must be accounted for. So if they can please provide the information on what these service providers did and how long were they, how long were they employed for? Because here it just says how much was paid from October 2025 to date, but they don't say how long the service provider was appointed for, if I could put it that way. Chairperson, now my last question is, so the department had to go and second somebody from KwaZulu-Natal. Is that to say that there's no capacity in SASSA, in the NDA, in the GCIS, in Gauteng? And if they can just give us information around that, because I cannot understand, if you are looking for a senior manager, that you have to look so far away and you cannot find somebody closer to Pretoria. Is that to say there are no senior managers in your department? Are you saying that none of them have capacity to do this work, and you had to go and find somebody in KZN to do this work and then pay taxpayers' money for them to do the work? I'm not convinced by the presentation that this was money well spent. Lastly, Chairperson, I just want to make a note to the minister. I hope she is still on this meeting. That minister, there is a lot of issues in this department, and I would like to ask you to just, really make sure you understand what's happening and keep your finger on the pulse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let us thank the department first for giving us this information, because when we saw it in the media and as the portfolio committee, we requested the information. So I want to commend the department for coming forward to dispel the propaganda that was there in the media, because it did confuse us, really. And it has been often a case where we'll write to the department demanding answers to certain matters. But in this instance, because we're also asking ourselves, it did come forward with its own volition. This is highly commended and signal that indeed you are on the correct path to restore public confidence towards the department, because we cannot run away from the fact that there are people who depended on the media for the information that was tarnishing the image of this department. So by giving us this honest report about what is happening, I think we want to commend you on that, because also ourselves we're crossing fingers, because as honorable members here, it's not that we're here to criticize, but to assist those vulnerable people. Hence, when we see something, all of us here, we become perplexed and say, what is happening now? Then when you give us the information, we're grateful for that. But I want to check now, what internal controls were applied to ensure that the accommodation costs remain reasonable and complied with the National Treasury cost containment measures, because there are cost containment measures that are there to National Treasury. And where the accommodation rates benchmarked against government negotiated rates or market rates for long-term accommodation. And then lastly, the presentation indicates that approximately 99% of communication work had previously been outsourced. You have an individual getting salary, and yet the job was done by other people outside, having those service providers that you have listed. To me, really, it raises eyebrows. Why do you want to advertise a post and need a person in the post? Why don't you leave it vacant when a person will look for service providers, will outsource his or her job? To me, that one, it doesn't rest well with me. What evidence demonstrate that the department now has sufficient internal capacity to sustainably perform this function without reverting to extensive outsourcing? Because for us as a portfolio committee, having a job being outsourced, 99% of it, I don't think we need to inquire further. Otherwise, you need to turn that around If a person is not fit for a job, he or she must vacate that particular post. We cannot allow it. We cannot allow it. Now, I'm very much grateful for you for being honest to say that the job, 99% of it was outsourced. It's a great thing that you have said to this committee. Instead of wanting how much was the nail costing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. The next honorable member to ask question is Honorable Peters. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, not to. It's so Honorable Makgato first, yes.
Yes. Sorry, Honorable Makgato. It's over to you now. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, firstly, I just want to support Honorable Kanyazile about the issue of the media. I think we must not mean to support the issue of the media because sometimes it can disrupt things of the social development. And then in this report, most of the funds are allocated properly. And I want to appreciate that. I have only one question on the matter. What measures has the department implemented to strengthen procurement oversight and prevent excessive dependence on external service providers? But only this one question. I just want to note and also support the report. As I said, most of the funds are allocated properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makgato, for that. We are now going to be going to the Honorable Peters. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, the presentation states that the department spent the 436,000 on accommodation because it was more cost effective than outsourcing communication services. The request would then be if they can then document and provide us a cost benefit analysis, including quantifying savings achieved from bringing communication functions in-house to demonstrate this expenditure delivered value for money. However, Chair, if you take the 436,000 that was spent on accommodation, now the presenter said it was over a period of 7 months. Now, if I basically minus the cost for Southern Sun, then you get an amount of 58,365,000 per month. If we include the cost for Southern Sun, it's an amount of 62,315 per month. Now there's nothing that can justify spending that amount of money on accommodation, even if it's a serviced apartment. I mean, if you pay 10 to 20,000, I could go to up to 20,000 and it could still make a little bit of sense for me. But there's nothing that can justify between 58,000 and 62,000 per month on accommodation. Then also to what MP Sharif alluded to about the flights and the SNTP, that could be why it was 670,000 in the media, because those costs also need to be taken into consideration. But let's just focus on the accommodation, and there's nothing that can justify that 58 to 62,000 rand per month on accommodation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. And I would now like to call the Honorable Mare.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also want to agree with Member Peters and Sharifa, because the transport is not in there, the flights is not in there, and then for them to say 436,000, it's almost R500,000 just for 7 months to stay in a place. That is unacceptable, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, we are a portfolio where we are servicing the poorest of the poor. And then you make noise because you see that things are going to be exposed. I don't want to speak about that, Chairperson. But when you have 99% of service providers, so what were you doing actually? What were you running? You were getting a salary by telling other people how to do things because they knew what they were doing. There's such a lot of unemployment. Students that has finished studying, that have degrees and all these things, that could have done this thing. Bringing a person from KZN, paying all these monies and still not empowering people to do things the way they're supposed to be doing. So I'm very disappointed in this thing, especially this outsourcing, Chairperson. It is really, really, really very bad because you cannot have a department that doesn't have skills, a department that doesn't have capacity. And then it runs like that for 7 months. And then the department is quiet about it. No one is saying anything. Then the minister remove her, then they make a lot of noise about it. But in the meantime, this thing is happening, Chairperson. So I'm very happy that the report came out, but I want to know what do the department have in place to make sure something like this never happen again. Never, ever. No matter who's friends with who, but we must make sure that monies like this are not being spent like this, Chairperson. I'm very disappointed, but I'm glad the report came out. And I think the newspaper is correct to say over 600,000, because if you put all the other things together, then you will come to that amount. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. And now it is the Honorable Sokanyele. Are you back? Or is this an old hand? In the meantime, I'll ask the Honorable Mhlongo to come through, please. Over to you, ma'am. I recognize your hand, Mr. Ramaela, at the end. Thank you. Honorable Mhlongo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think Honorable Sokanyile has partially covered me, but let me also take the opportunity and appreciate the department for taking time to brief us on this matter, because this matter had really received a lot of media coverage. So it's important for the portfolio committee to deal with actual fact rather than hearsays that we were hearing all along. And for the department to just take accountability and explaining to us as the portfolio committee what really transpired, and we appreciate that. And I want to align myself with the question that what is it that the department have in place now to avoid this situation happening again? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. And now I want to hand over to the Honorable Reverend Tobaza.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I've got few questions, but one will say the report is not complete or is not detailed in such a way that we were talking about the accommodation or the amount that was spent, but the department has brought in the comparison between the money that they spent now and the money that was spent before the director came in, the chief director came in. Now, it should be detailed in terms of if they say the DSTV is a YouTube channel, and for me, and the numbers were not exceeding, what was their expectations on that channel when it was made, so that we will know that whatever it was it was done, it was failing the department. What was the numbers that were the viewership and all of that was expected, and then it did not happen, so that we will know that the TV itself was not working. Some questions are covered, but also I would like to put it on record that this question I did ask on written questions to the department, and the department did write to me, and the total amount of the accommodation, it was 670, 590 and 50 cent on 50 rand or 50 rand, yes. So the 670 is there because it is written. I've put it on our group, Chair, so that the members will see also. So I'm not too sure now if ever these written questions, when they are answered, because they were misleading me or misleading the public or misleading the parliament on this. I would like to have detail, and also because they've brought in the issue of the service providers. When the service providers were, I would like to know when were they appointed, and maybe also not from the department, if we could have something like a report on what exactly they were doing, so that we can compare this thing of comparing. I thought we were just talking about the 600, but now the department brought in the comparison where it's comparing the amount of money that is spending now and that was spent then, of which now we need a detailed explanation or detailed report on how the money was spent before and this what is being spent now. And also, I think also, even if it can go down to the 435, I don't think that the accommodation should cost that amount of money of tax money. There are accommodation, beautiful, good accommodation that could have accommodated our official. So, but maybe one will just stop there and hear the answers on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Gobaza, and thank you for sharing your response to the question that you asked the department. The Honorable Romaila.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you once more for the presentation and clarity on this thorny issue. That's much appreciated. Chair, in terms of the PFMA, it does mandate the public accounting officers to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The question might be, are we here talking fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Maybe that's the question that may need to be answered. Secondly, the National Treasury regulations, in as far as cost containment measures are concerned, is very clear. It issues instructions which strictly cap the maximum allowable daily rates for public sector accommodation and traveling. Are we saying here this has gone beyond the ceiling as placed by the National Treasury in as far as cost containment measures is concerned? That's the question we may also need to answer, so that we definitely know what is it that we are dealing with. And in as far as DPSA regarding secondment and relocation framework is concerned, we also know that it allows for the payment of temporary accommodation during a relocation. And further, it, however, in terms of policies, dictates that these allowances must immediately cease once an official accepts a permanent appointment. And I know there's an allegation in the media that the said official stayed even after accepting an appointment. Is that true or false? We may need an answer in as far as that is concerned. Did the department comply with the policy directives of DPSA? Yes or no? That's the kind of an answer we would expect. And therefore, all these answers should provide a guide to this portfolio committee as to whether the department transgressed any of the areas of policy and regulation that I've mentioned in as far as National Treasury is concerned and DPSA is concerned, so that we must be able to identify what's the real challenge that we are faced with, other than being dictated to by the allegations in the media. And the figures presented here and the figures raised in the media, they differ. In the media, they spoke of about 670,000 spent. I would also want to get a clarity here, whether the figure alleged in the media and the figure presented here, there is a variance. Is the figure in the media the correct one, or is the figure presented here the correct one? So that if we have been misled by the media, it should be known that the media will lead us in as far as this matter is concerned. I appreciate the comparative analysis, cost-benefit analysis that has been made. And with that exercise, it clearly demonstrated to us that the department was faced with two options. After exhausting all internal processes to find capacity and couldn't win, they were left with two options: either to pursue the practice of outsourcing or look for a secondment. And looking at the cost-benefit analysis, and that's the reason why they bought this matter, I think, here, is because had they gone for an outsourcing, in which case the practice has been happening but has been too costly for the department, and no eyebrows have been raised about that matter, and which I think is a matter that at some point must come back to this portfolio committee for us to discuss. But looking at this cost-benefit analysis, I will say the department's decision was very much, they took a fiscal prudent decision to insource by way of secondment as compared to outsourcing. I'll rest my case there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. I must ask the Honorable Chong to please forgive me. I actually skipped you for some reason. I think my glasses need checking. Please come through, Honorable Chong.
Thank you, Chairperson. I even gave up to say, let me put my hand down. Chair doesn't want me to participate. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, as we argue the figures and so on, we must also note, Chair, that SASSA and NTA are national entities, and they often use skills across the entities, irrespective of where they are, because the government policy do allow paying S&T, because the government policy on secondment, Chairperson, do allow paying S&T. Chairperson, I think that the presentation by the DDG is good and straight and forward. I don't think that there is anything sinister about the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chong, and thank you, colleagues. Honorable Kobaz, I think your hand stayed on the screen even after you had spoken. What I would like to, my question is a question of clarity. Now that we have received the Honorable Reverend Kobaza has now showed us the question, and I don't know how one missed it because we all get the questions, the answers rather, from especially this department. We just need clarity from the department, specifically from the DDG Corporate Services, because now he seems to have been the one that signed the question, the answer to the question to the Honorable Reverend Kabaza, and that was an answer to Parliament. That is a question that was answered or responded to by the department to this committee, to the member of this committee. So where now do we find resonance between the 436 and the 670, because that is directly where the media got the 670, because the media, for some reason, there are times when you ask a question and the media gets it first before you, the person that asked it, get it. And that is where they got the number from. So through you, Honorable Minister, can the DDG explain why do we now have this discrepancy? Thank you so much. As you answer other questions as well. Obviously.
My apology,
Thank you.
Chair. Yes, but Chair, please, can I come in? I hear you saying the media got the 670 from the statement, the response. Are you confirming that or you are assuming?
No, I'm looking at the question that the official response that came from the department to the Honorable Kobaza. That is just the normal, regular questions that we ask the department and then they answer back. And I'm saying, if you look at that response from the department, signed by the DDG Corporate Services, is that 670. That is what that is how what I'm reading into the message that has been shared by the Honorable Kobaza. That is what I was saying, Honorable Ramaila.
No, thank you. I think it's clear now.
Thank you.
Well, thank you
It
very
is
much,
open.
Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. DDG Brooker will come back and respond to the questions. I just want to indicate to him to try and explain it clearer so that his responses do not confuse or fall within an interpretation or double interpretation of what he says, especially when he talks about the outsourcing of the communications responsibility, when the department at the time had a communications person. So I wanted to be clearer there, DDG, so that you indicate that you wanted to show the savings that the department has had by appointing the Chief Director Communications. But two, I have now sourced out the Honorable Chairperson. I've now sourced out the question that Honorable Kwabaza is speaking about, and I've looked at it. and I've sourced information around that. So, DDG Brooke, please do explain better, given the response that was given to Honorable Kwabaza. Speak about the issues around accommodation and separate the amount and the amount that has been included. Maybe as other honorable members have asked, as to whether we're talking about accommodation and have we left out something else within the response that we've brought. And Honorable Chair, I'll come after DDG has responded. Thank you very much, DDG.
Thank you, Minister. Let me start by declaring around the cost of bringing the acting chief director. Reverend Ghost, I'm going to look at your response again, but your question should be an integrated response. But in this presentation, we zoomed into accommodation only, hence the figures, because in the media, they were talking about accommodation. So that one is loaded with other accommodation around doing the work and everything else. Then Honorable Ramaile, around the issues of wasteful expenditure, Treasury gives us daily rates, and when we booked, we stick to those daily rates. And you will see on slide 4, we talk about the public service regulation there when we second someone from for necessary competency. That looks for a period of not exceeding 12 months, and then other operational risks. So in that slide, we're saying that these regulations have been complied with. So then the issue of the chief director staying in a hotel after accepting the offer, I guess that is not accurate, Honorable Ramaile. The Honorable the chief director was appointed, I think, 2 months back. So it was no longer an issue of secondment, it was the issue of resettlement, which is managed through a different policy, but we did not continue paying after her appointment. Then for Honorable Shari's talking about slide 12 and flights, that response for Honorable Kwabaza is comprehensive around all the expenditure around it. But zooming into the accommodation is that 400 and something rands. But you will remember, Honorable Sharif, that when you execute your work, including me and you, is that our employers will take us from point A to point B because we're doing the work on behalf of the employer. So that is part of the work arrangement. Then on the issue of service providers, the service providers were appointed for a period of 3 years. But if you look at our history, is that on the first week, I was seconded from the National Development Agent to Social Development. I suspended the Department of Social Development TV, looking at doing more of investigation. Some of these investigations are still taking place as we speak around the IJS and other things. So it was the start of implementing and capping wastage in terms of doing communication. And you will know that in slide 2, I dealt with the issue on the background. I dealt with the issue of capacity internal on slide 2, where I said the department did not have internal capacity for a person to act as head of communication. I appointed the person who did not cope with the pressures at the time. So we only had at the time one director at communication because all other posts were not filled. We're only filling them now. And because of the management style of the chief director at the time, one of the competent directors had to leave communication and go somewhere, and now it's international relations. Hence, there was even an issue of a petition around the management style at the time. So we do not have capacity internal. But we treat SASA and NDA as our portfolio because we are one part. And all of us, we service national. So as long as we deal with national, we can take anyone anywhere, as long as those people are competent. Then the cost benefit analysis, yes, we said we do not want to go into detail around all of them, but we can do a written one because there are information around other companies we do not want to put in this presentation around Honorable Peter's question. So the cost benefit analysis, we can get into detail around that. Then Honorable Mahad, what measures did we undertake to curb dependence on service providers? You will see when we submit in writing that we did a submission to the DG asking that communication should follow normal procurement processes because the dependence on service providers was kind of leading us to wasteful expenditure. Because one of the things that we covered up for media releases, we were charged, for editing of work, we were charged, for writing speeches, we were charged, for streaming the information, we were charged, for internet services, we were charged. So the entire commission from wall to wall, it was dependent on service providers. A practice I was committed to stop immediately when I started. Then Honorable Marais, around the issue of cost, I think I dealt with that one because I stopped the DSTV, then we stopped the outsourcing. Then some of these service providers are still challenging us, but we are willing to be challenged around that because we regard that expenditure as kind of wasteful because we have persons within the department. If they are not capable, we need to capacitate them to deal with the work because they are employed to do that. Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, once more. Thanks, DDG. Honorable Chairperson, what I...
Apologies, Honorable Minister. I didn't see that there's a hand from the Honorable Sharif. Honorable Sharif is the new hand.
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry, but I didn't get an answer around travel and SNT, how much all of that costed. The presenter who just presented didn't answer those questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Minister, I think the DDG has to come back to answer those questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, we're saying that the response to Honorable Gwabaza was comprehensive. It was breaking down every expenditure. So in that response, it includes everything. But in this presentation, we focus mainly and zoomed into accommodation, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by thanking you and the honorable members for having given us this opportunity to come and respond. And I think, as I said earlier, that I have gone to check the the question and the response to Honorable Gwabaza. And I think what DDG Brooke has just said here at the end, that the amount that has been raised in the media and the one that Honorable Gwabaza has is the rightful amount, inclusive of everything that Honorable Sharif has asked here, except the fact that on the transport, I have just checked as I sit here. On the transport, it would help if DDG Brooke were to break down these amounts so that Honorable Sharif could get a clearer and all other honorable members can get a clarity on the cost. I do know that DG Brooke is not in the office today. He's sitting in Cape Town due to work responsibilities. and therefore he may not be able to collate the information here. But I want to undertake, honorable members, that I will request him, and as he hears now, that when he comes back to the office, they may have to break down so that we can submit to the portfolio committee through your good self, chairperson. I have also noted the comments that honorable members have made. Indeed, I don't think that it is acceptable that we use money that is meant for vulnerable people for things that are not related to them. However, I am comfortable that Honorable Ramaila has raised the issue around the cost containment and the variations and what the prescripts say about secondment and supporting officials as they start work. And as I conclude, I want to say that I have heard you, Honorable Sharif, when you said and when you gave me a I don't know what to call it, but when you said I need to open my eyes and clearly understand what is happening in the department, and that we are aware of the things that we do and the things that we put out there. So I truly appreciate it. But I also want to say that as I conclude, Chairperson, that on the issue of who do we appoint as a department or as government, especially at this level of national, where we sit as a department, as a national department, it would be unfair to say that when we appoint, we should appoint people from Gauteng only, because that would mean we concentrate on one province because the seat of the department is in this province. When there would be other people who are capable, who are qualified, who may be coming from where I come, in Mpumalanga, in the rural areas of Mpumalanga, who may come from the rural areas or any other city or town in the Northwest and the Northern Cape, that we may not consider because they are not in Gauteng. I just thought we need to just be careful there, because there is there are provinces and provincial offices that can cater for people in those provinces, but that we also have to consider everyone else in the country. But also there's an issue of at the particular point or in any particular point in time when you need a specific skill, you may want to go and source them everywhere around the corner of South Africa. So we have noted that, and I personally have noted that. Communications, honorable members, it's a skill that you need to get a person who's trained, who is well trained and knows what they do in their work. It's not like any other. It's almost like any other skill that we need. For an example, in this department, you would need social workers. For an example, to just mention one of those skills that we may need. In health, they may need nurses, they may need doctors, and you need people who are trained in that. So communications is not that you can just get anybody and come and tell. So I just thought I must talk about that part, that it would be unfair if we were going to look only in Gauteng because the seat of the department is in Gauteng. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I appreciate your just to bring that point into the discussion, because obviously we are just trying to follow the rands and cents, and we don't ignore, but the things, the softer issues that you are raising sit in our blind spot. So thank you for raising that. I see that the Honorable Kobaza has got a follow-up question, although we thought we had closed the session because the minister has spoken, but come back, Honorable Kobaza.
Chairperson, thank you. I really apologize, and it's not a much of a question. It's much of a comment that it is painful to me in the sense of the presentation and how it was presented, and the way, because what was raised outside and it was brought inside, it was the 670, and the presentation did not address the 670. It addressed the accommodation. And now, while we are asking questions, now they are saying that the 670 is including the accommodation and all other things that are outside. But in the whole presentation, that was not said, because it should have been said that the 670 includes everything. Why I'm saying this is because in the presentation, they brought in the comparison of the money, all the money that were used during the service providers and on those times, and the money that is used now. How can you compare the accommodation money only that is spent on a person, and you compare it to all the service providers that were there, and you don't add transport, you don't add SNMTs into account in terms of comparing the two. So I think that the way we are being answered is not correctly as members of parliament. I think the presentation took us for granted, maybe me or not everyone else, that we are incapacitated. We understand exactly what we are doing, and the fact that our ANC counterpart are always saying that things are taken from the media. The 670 was given to us as the answer to the questions that we have asked. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kobaza. Oh, this meeting seems to be going on now, Honorable Minister. I'm so sorry about that, because the Honorable Ramaila is also wanting to ask his follow-up question. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just want to clarify the point that the minister has made a commitment that a detailed report itemized on terms of every item cost-wise will be presented later. I think that's how I have understood the minister, and it's not correct that information will not be provided. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, the Honorable Minister did say that, and I agree with you totally. We will be expecting, because the Minister did say very explicitly that the information will be itemized just as soon as the DDG Barukwe is back from Cape Town. So I think we honorable members, let's end it there, because we have been given assurance by the Honorable Minister that that is what is going to happen. And so thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you to your team, and thank you to the Honorable Deputy Minister. I've just seen him now. also that he is still with us. Thank you so much for the two presentations, and we will be obviously awaiting, in the case of the previous information or previous presentation, the statistics that will be provided to us on the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. And because they don't obviously come directly from the department, they are coming from other departments as well. And I understand that also the classification does not come out, but we will wait for that information. And then on the second presentation, it will be the issue of the breakdown of, or that makes 670 Rand, as has been clarified. So thank you so much. We will now be going to the next, which are what I would call the internal business. And I am not getting rid of anyone, but it looks like it's internal. But it's not closed. It's just internal. It's not a closed meeting. I see the minister. Do you want to say something, Honorable Minister?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much once more, Honorable Chairperson, and really assure Reverend Kwabase that the intention was not to disrespect him in person or in any way the honorable members of the portfolio committee. Indeed, as I said, we will try our best to respond to the best of our knowledge on each and every issue that you raise. And I have acknowledged that that which he has in front of him, which is a response, I have sourced it out. I have it with me here, and I've read it, and I've gone to look for information. Because it was responded before I came to the department. And so I got information. So I just wanted to say, if he feels that maybe he was not given the respect that he deserves as an honorable member of parliament, it was not an intention, and we will respond to the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Accepted is given. The Honorable Kabaza, you've heard what the Minister has said. Yeah, he appreciates that. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you to the department. I would like for us to now go to the next part of the meeting of the agenda. From 12:30 to 12:45, we're supposed to get the consideration, to do the consideration and adoption of a committee report on third and fourth quarterly reports. But we heard earlier on that Yoli, our content advisor and the writer of that report, the compiler of this report, is not with us today because she had to attend to family responsibilities. So although we adopted the agenda as is, honorable members, I would like for us to defer this particular item because obviously the writer and the compiler and the author of it is not here. When she comes back, she will then be able to present the report to us for consideration and adoption. So we go, thank you for agreeing, honorable members. So we go to the last item of the agenda, which is the adoption of the draft second term committee program, which is actually just August. That's how short it is this term, obviously because of the upcoming elections. We all need to go and convince voters to vote for us. Over to you, Lindiwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the draft second term program for consideration and adoption by this committee, Chair. Today, Chair, we just received these two presentations from DSD. And Chair, next week, Chairperson, there is an outstanding agenda item. I think we deferred it sometime, where we will have a meeting with the Portfolio Select Committee on Social Services to receive a briefing from CDA and also DSD on the issues raised during the presentation of the CDA's 2024-2025 annual report. And also, Chair, in that meeting, we'll also elect the members that will serve in the subcommittee, Chair. Can I just give a context to the election of the subcommittee, Chair? The Treatment, Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act, which is Act 70 of 2008, requires the Portfolio Committee and also the Select Committee on Social Services to shortlist interviews and make recommendations to the Minister to appoint suitable candidates to serve on CDA board for a period of 5 years. Chair, as you are aware, and members, that the term of office for CDA board expired in March 31st. Chair, on the 18th of February this year, Chair, we received, the Speaker of the National Assembly received a letter from the Minister with this request for this joint committee, subcommittee, for the joint committee, like the Select and also the National Assembly committees to do this exercise. Chair, in terms of the rules, a committee can have a subcommittee to do a particular work, and then it needs to report back to the parent committee. I think during my term, I think we've done the process in 2020, where we've elected at this board. And Chair, there will be 4 members from the National Assembly and also 4 members from the Select Committee. In terms of the formula, there will be 2 members from the ANC, 1 member from the DA, and then 1 member from the Controversies party, as they are an official opposition party. Chair, the rules say that the chairpersons of these committees automatically become part of the subcommittee. Chair, just to sensitize members that there will be that process in this meeting. The second item is the election of the subcommittee on the CDA board recruitment process. We move, Chair, to Friday the 14th. Chair, the subcommittee will receive a briefing from the DSD on the recruitment process. And then in the same meeting, the content team, which is the content advisors and the researchers, are busy with the summaries, will provide the CV summaries. And then we'll also adopt the agenda, the program of the art committee, Chair. So in that committee, there will be some discussion that will ensue, even if it's a work plan, how many members must be shortlisted, etc., etc. Chair, on the 19th of August, there will be a briefing from the Small Business Development on Skills Program for Women and Victims of GBV and demonstrate on how SETAs can assist these women and link them to the economic opportunities. I think we scheduled this meeting, but unfortunately, there was only a junior staff. There was no DG, there was no deputy minister, either the minister. So the committee, they sent the department back to say they can only manage to listen to the presentation if the respected officials and principals are in attendance. So we are rescheduling this meeting again on the 19th of August. And then in that week, the NCOP will be having a provincial week. That's why we don't have anything to do with, we didn't allocate any schedule for the subcommittee. We assume that on the 26th of August, the subcommittee will start shortlisting and the candidate, and if they didn't finish on the 28th of August, they will finalize the shortlisting. Chairperson and members, this is a draft committee program for this committee to consider and adopt. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that presentation of the draft program for the committee. I just would like to ask the members to consider and adopt this draft program, please, for it to become the actual program that will be leading us as we do our work in this term, which is August 2026. Any adopters? Any member of the committee can adopt.
Chairperson, we do adopt. Honorable Makhato.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato, for the adoption of the draft program. Any seconder? Honorable Peters?
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption of the draft program.
Thank you so much, Honorable Peters. So that actually brings us to the end of today's meeting. And I just would like to thank the honorable members and the honorable minister, the honorable deputy minister, and the acting DG and the DDGs of the department, and obviously the teams that they work with. And I also want to thank our support here in Parliament for being always there to ensure that we do the work that we have been asked to do by the people of this country. And then, of course, any other stakeholder that may have logged into this meeting, because obviously it is a public meeting. Thank you for taking your time to join us today. Let us all continue in our own little spaces to do whatever it is that we can do to ensure that the lives of the vulnerable South Africans are changed for the better. Thank you so much. The meeting is officially adjourned, and God bless you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Recording stopped.